It's an honor itself to honor the beautiful audience who has gathered here. I'm Shivangi Yadav, your today's MOC from Baroda Management Association. Before start the event, I request to everyone to take blessings from the Almighty for successful event and to end the pandemic. So let's start.
She's ready. वेलकम एड्रेस और इसके बाद में फर्स्ट स्पीकर का बायोडाटा रेडी रखना प्लीज.
So now I would like to invite Ms. Meenakshi Vaishnav, President of Baroda Management Association, for welcoming one and all. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning and thank you, Shivangi. A very warm welcome to the panel of esteemed speakers, Madam Salini ji, our District Collector, invited guests, industry leaders, BMA members, our past presidents, and the members of press and media. It is my privilege to welcome you all at a very special program celebrating the spirit and the importance of the World Environmental Day. At BMA, with my fellow colleagues, we are fortunate to have you all experts through which I'm sure we would be able to send a message to restore our ecosystem, preserve our natural resources in the benefit of today's generation and the generations to come. I think this is a very vast subject. We have so many domain experts from various segments that we have together, and I'm sure and I'm too excited to listen each one of you. So I think without taking much of the time, I once again welcome you all with all the participants who have gathered here to hear the insights on this day. And I think we'll benefit surely from all this. So thank you so much and welcome once again. Thank you. Shivani.
Thank you, ma'am. Now moving forward, our first speaker for the event, Mr. Deepak Ramchandani. His work experience is 36 years. His experience as field engineer, execution of multi-village water supply scheme, execution of interbasin bulk raw water transmission line, operation and maintenance of multi-village water supply scheme. So I would like to request Deepak Ramchandani, sir. Over to you, sir.
I request host to start my video. Madam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please start my video because I am not enable host. Host can start my video. Audio I am I can start, but video it is not possible for me.
Please, sir.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone, and thanks to Deepak Shah and Vadodara Management Association. So can I speak in Hindi or mixed language, English, Gujarati, and all mixed language?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. See, basically, this World Water Environment Day is for encouraging awareness for protection of environment. Mostly we people feel guilty that we had damaged environment, we people, human beings, because we have only capability of thinking. So with our inventions or other things, we had damaged our environment. But I want to talk here about the other side also. देखिए, जो environment है वो जरूरी नहीं है कि हमारी वजह से बिगड़ा है. हमारी वजह से तो बिगड़ा ही है, लेकिन ये जरूरी नहीं है कि हमारी वजह से बिगड़ा है. एक सोच जो है कॉमन मैन की, उससे थोड़ा मैं अलग बात करना चाह रहा हूं. एक होता है लॉ ऑफ नेचर. व्हाट डज लॉ ऑफ नेचर से? लॉ ऑफ नेचर इज एवरीथिंग इन द नेचर चेंजेस. इट इज लॉ ऑफ नेचर. आप चाहे कुछ करे चाहे कुछ न करे, कुदरती बदलाव अर्थ पे और एटमॉस्फेयर पे आने वाले हैं और आते ही रहेंगे. फर्स्ट थिंग इज लॉ ऑफ नेचर. और ये लॉ ऑफ नेचर जो है, ये लॉ कभी नहीं बदलता. इट इज सेम सिंस ईयर्स. कुछ दिन पहले मैं एक बुक रीड कर रहा था about 6,000 years of history of education. See, 6,000 years of history. It is one book and it is published by M.H. Panwar. He is from Pakistan. He has covered it, even part of India also. He has not focused on Pakistan only. He has covered India also. उसका एक चैप्टर है जिसमें लिखा है कि सालों साल से कैसे परिस्थिति बदली है. अब वो क्या चैप्टर कहता है? 9,000 years बिफोर क्राइस्ट, मतलब कि आज से 11,000 साल पहले इट वॉज अ वेरी ड्राई एटमॉस्फेयर. उसके बाद between 7,500 BC to 2000 BC, it was highly wet. Again, in 1750 BC to 950 BC, it was hyper dry. देखिए, तो ये ड्रास्टिक चेंजेस सालों साल पे अर्थ पे हो रहे हैं. अब आज हम सोच रहे हैं कि वी आर एट आवर फॉल्ट. वो सही बात भी है, वो मैं आगे आऊंगा कि कहां हमारी गलतियां हैं. 9,000 बिफोर क्राइस्ट क्या पॉपुलेशन थी? उन्होंने क्या किया होगा कि एनवायरनमेंट को चेंज ह्यूमन बीइंग ने किया होगा? कुछ उनका दोष नहीं. इट इज जस्ट अ लॉ ऑफ नेचर. अब देखिए, 4,500 साल पहले की बात करते हैं. तो पाकिस्तान में एक साइट है मोहनजोदड़ो. एक ऋतिक रोशन की मूवी भी आई थी उस पे. गुजरात में बाल प्रदेश में है एक लोथल, और कच्छ में है धोलावीरा है खडीरेरा के अंदर. तीनों की सिमिलरिटीज मैं बताता हूं. देखिए, सालों साल पहले भी ये ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स एक्टिविटीज तो होती थी। और सी इज द मोस्ट इकोनॉमिक वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, वो सालों से था, आज भी है और सालों साल रहेगा। तो ये तीनों लोकेशन आप देखोगे तो बहुत ही एडवांस्ड और डेवलप्ड एरियाज थे और हर जगह बोर्ड एक्टिविटीज हो रही थी। अब देखिए आइडियल लोकेशन क्या होता है ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स के लिए। ज्योग्राफिकली आप देखोगे तो एक होता है सी चाहिए उसको, दूसरा एक नदी चाहिए जो दरिया में मिलती हो, वो डेल्टा एरिया कहते हैं उसको। पहले के जमाने के बोर्ड्स थे, आज की तरह जेटी सिस्टम या बर्थ सिस्टम था नहीं, ऑल वर नेचुरल बोर्ड्स। तो नेचर बोर्ड के अंदर आपको ऐसी फैसिलिटी चाहिए कि दरिया से नदी में ट्रांसमिट हो सके। तो सारी चीजें ये थी, और जो सारी सिविलाइजेशन है वो लुप्त हो चुकी है। क्यों है? इन्वायरमेंटल चेंजेस। इसमें किसी का दोष था? हमारा दोष नहीं था। इट वॉज द लॉ ऑफ नेचर। अब गुजरात पे आए। गुजरात में हम देखेंगे कि आज जितनी भी नदियां हैं वो सदर्न पार्ट में, जो पेरिनल नदियां हैं सदर्न पार्ट में आपको दिखेगी। आपको नर्मदा दिखेगी, तापी मिलेगी और पार मिलेगी। 3 मेजर नदियां आपको सदर्न पार्ट के अंदर मिलेगी। थोड़े साल पीछे जाए हम, 300, 400, 500, 1000 साल पीछे जाते हैं, तो एक आप कभी भी पुराना एक मैप स्टडी करोगे हाइड्रोलॉक मैप का, तो आपको मिलेगा कि नॉर्दर्न साइड से एक सरस्वती आती थी, एक इंडस आती थी, और गुजरात के अंदर एक लूणी रिवर आती थी राजस्थान से। अब सरस्वती की बात करें तो वेदों पुराणों में हर जगह उल्लेख है, इतनी पुरानी नदी है, आज लुप्त हो चुकी है। इसके अंदर हमारा दोष नहीं है, इट इज अ लॉ ऑफ नेचर। कोई व्यक्तिगत किसी का दोष नहीं है। अब देखिए एक इवेंट है 1893 का, 1893। एक ब्रिटिश के जमाने में इंजीनियर थे CF ओल्डहैम। वो राजस्थान में निकले थे प्रवास पे अपने घोड़े पे, और उन्होंने एक गगर रिवर क्रॉस की। अब जब गगर रिवर उसने क्रॉस की, he felt that width is 3 किलोमीटर। बहुत ही वाइड रिवर है, 3 किलोमीटर की। लेकिन देखा नियर बाय स्टडीज के अंदर देखा तो वहां पानी तो बहुत कम था। नियर बाय कैचमेंट का मानसून के अंदर पानी बहता हो, पानी इतना कम था। तो इतनी विड्थ, हाउ इट वाज डेवलप्ड? तो डिस्कवर हुआ इट वाज द ओल्ड रूट ऑफ सरस्वती रिवर। जो MH पनवर की बुक कहता हूं, उसके अंदर आज आप आपके मैप में जाके देखोगे तो सरस्वती रिवर का एक ओल्ड रूट बताया गया है, उसका नाम दिया है हाकरा रिवर। तो देखिए एक तो नदियां अपना रूट बदलती रहती है, ऐतिहासिक तौर पर उनके नाम भी बदलते रहते हैं, एंड दैट इज लॉ ऑफ नेचर। बहुत पुरानी बात नहीं करूं तो अब 200 साल पहले की बात करते हैं। इंडस रिवर इंडिया में नॉर्थ से मर्ज होती है, पाकिस्तान के थ्रू घूम के आती है, और गुजरात में कच्छ में उसका डेल्टा था। अब उसका क्या हुआ? तो 1819 के अंदर एक अर्थक्वेक आया ऑन इंडो पाक बॉर्डर। उस अर्थक्वेक की वजह से कुछ जमीन का पोर्शन कुछ फीट तक एलिवेट हो गया। मतलब कि क्या था, 80 माइल की लंबाई की जमीन का एक स्ट्रेच जो लगभग 3 से 4 माइल पौड़ा था और कुछ 20, 25, 30 फुट वो एलिवेट हो गया। उसको नाम दिया गया था अलाबंद। अलाबंद मतलब कि क्या है, अ डैम क्रिएटेड बाय गॉड। भगवान ने बनाया है, हमने नहीं रोका है नदी को। Who was at fault? It was law of nature. Nature always changes. अब उसका आपको इम्प्लीकेशन बताऊं कि व्हाट वाज द इम्प्लीकेशन। तो 1819 से पहले पूरा पानी नदी का कच्छ के अंदर आता था, और कच्छ के अंदर आपने एक सुना होगा बन्नी विस्तार, बन्नी एरिया सुना होगा, और उससे बहुत ही फर्टाइल लैंड है, आज भी फर्टाइल है लेकिन पानी नहीं है। चावल उगाए जाते थे उस जमाने में। कितने चावल? एटलीस्ट 2 से 3 स्टेट की पूरी डिमांड फिल करे इतने चावल। चावल को सबसे ज्यादा पानी चाहिए। आइडियली 1 किलोग्राम चावल बनाने के लिए 3000 लीटर पानी चाहिए। गुजरात की कुछ एवरेज आती है, वो लगभग 6000 लीटर आती है। इतना सारा चावल जिस प्रदेश में उगाया जाता था, और एक पोर्ट था लखपत। लखपत एट पोर्ट है नियर नारायण सरोवर। उसका नाम लखपत क्यों पड़ा? क्योंकि पोर्ट एक्टिविटीज की रेवेन्यूज कलेक्शन उस जमाने में 1 लाख कौड़ी हुआ करती थी। कौड़ी वॉज द लोकल करेंसी ऑफ कच्छ। 1 लाख कौड़ी की वहां आवक हुआ करती थी। वहां एक गुरुद्वारा है। गुरु नानक देव जी मक्का जाते हुए वहां होल्ड किए थे कुछ मंथ्स। आज उस पोर्ट की क्या दशा है? छोटा सा गांव बन के रह गया है, कुछ नहीं। और आज बन्नी एरिया की क्या दशा है? बन्नी आइडियली क्या होता है? बन्नी इज अ सिंधी नेम ऑफ ग्रीनलैंड। सिंधी और कच्छी जो ग्रीनलैंड होता है उसको बन्नी बोलते हैं सिंधी के अंदर। आज उस बन्नी की क्या एरिया है? उसको बोलते हैं व्हाइट डेजर्ट। जहां अमिताभ बच्चन साहब ने कच्छ टूरिज्म को प्रमोट करने के लिए एक शूट भी किया था, आपने देखा होगा। वहां पे एक रणोत्सव भी होता है। मोदी जी वहां के रुके थे, और बिल्कुल व्हाइट रण के अंदर रात को पूनम के दिन होता है, वो चले जाते थे। कोई अगर व्हाइट डेजर्ट को विजुअलाइज नहीं कर पा रहा है, तो मैं एक सॉन्ग बता रहा हूं जो वहां पिक्चराइज हुआ है। शाहिद कपूर सोनाक्षी सिन्हा के ऊपर साड़ी के फॉल्स सा कभी मैच किया है, वहां शूट किया हुआ है, वो कभी देख लेना और विजुअलाइज करना कि ये जो बिल्कुल व्हाइट चद्दर सॉल्ट की दिख रही है, वहां कभी कहीं ग्रीनलैंड हुआ करता था और जहां राइस उगते थे। दैट इज लॉ ऑफ नेचर। इतना परिवर्तन कुदरत कर सकती है और करती आ रही है। अब देखिए कि ये तो कुदरत की वजह से चेंज हुए, हमारी वजह से क्या चेंज हुआ और क्यों चेंज होना पड़ा? इट वॉज अ केस ऑफ ओवर रिक्वायरमेंट। आप देखोगे 1928 की एक बात बताता हूं। एलेक्जेंडर फ्लेमिंग एक डॉक्टर थे, सेंट मैरी हॉस्पिटल लंदन। उन्होंने पेनिसिलिन का इन्वेंशन किया। सबसे पहले जो मेडिकल क्षेत्र के अंदर क्रांति आई फ्रॉम द पेनिसिलिन। 1941 के बाद वो मतलब कि मेडिकल ग्राउंड के अंदर बिल्कुल इंप्लीमेंट हो गई। इवन वर्ल्ड वॉर में भी उसका काफी प्रयोग किया गया। अब देखिए क्या है, मेडिकल रिफॉर्म से क्या हुआ। ये तो एक दाखला है पेनिसिलिन का। उसके बाद काफी वैक्सीनेशन निकली, काफी दवाइयां निकली, काफी रिफॉर्म्स हुए। तो ये हम अगर 50s की बात करें, ज्यादा दूर तक नहीं जाते, तो एवरेज लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी इंडिया में थी 35.21 और आज 69.96 है, मोर देन डबल। आप देखोगे कि चाइल्ड डेथ कम हो गया है, प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन की डेथ कम हो गई है और काफी सारी चीजों का डेथ कम हो गया। एक पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ हो गया, आप देखोगे तो अभी 135 करोड़ पे आ गए। हालांकि पॉपुलेशन कंट्रोल के रिफॉर्म्स है, फिर भी पहले के जमाने में बच्चे भी ज्यादा होते थे, लेकिन फिर भी पॉपुलेशन इट वाज इन कंट्रोल, क्योंकि मेडिकल फील्ड के अंदर इतना प्रोग्रेस नहीं था। अब उसका क्या हो गया, पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ हो गई, हमारे रिसोर्सेज वही के वही थे, वहां हमारी तरक्की इतनी नहीं थी जितना इस क्षेत्र में। तो क्या हो गया कि फूड सिक्योरिटी का प्रॉब्लम हो गया। आपको पता होगा कि बिहार का अकाल इंडिया में आपने सुना होगा, महामारी जिसको बोलते थे। आज कभी शब्द आप सुनोगे नहीं और आज के बाद भी काफी सालों तक सुनोगे नहीं महामारी का शब्द। आपने बंगाल की महामारी का शब्द सुना होगा, लास्ट में जो था वो बिहार में था, दैट वाज इन 66 68 समथिंग। उसके बाद क्या हुआ, उसके बाद क्या हुआ कि ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन चालू हुआ। अब ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन से क्या चालू हुआ कि हम बोरवेल डक करके, ग्राउंड वाटर टैप करके, वी यूज ग्राउंड वाटर फॉर एग्रीकल्चर। उसी समय क्या हुआ, 60s के अंदर एक इन्वेंशन ऑफ रिग्स हुआ। रिग क्या होता है, बोरवेल ड्रिल करने के लिए एक मशीनरी होती है। उससे पहले हम ग्राउंड वाटर से इरिगेशन करते थे सालों साल से, लेकिन क्या करता था, रस्सी से फैच करते थे या जानवर यूज करते थे, कैमल यूज करते थे, हॉर्स यूज करते थे उसको निकालने के लिए। इतना ही हम, मतलब फर्स्ट एक्यूफायर वी कैन टैप ओनली, पेनिट्रेट करके सेकंड, थर्ड और फोर्थ एक्यूफायर वी नेवर टैप्ड। अब ये इसी समय के अंदर रिग का इन्वेंशन हुआ, गांव गांव में बोर होने लगे। उसी के बाद क्या हुआ कि पहले इंजन से पानी लेते थे, 15 मीटर 20 मिनट उसकी रेंज होती थी, उससे ज्यादा नहीं। इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आ गई, डीप ट्यूबवेल मोटर्स आ गई, और हमने क्या कर दिया कि मैक्सिमम वी स्विच ओवर टू एग्रीकल्चर ऑन ग्राउंड वाटर रिसोर्सेस। एक इंसिडेंट है कि मेरा होम टाउन इज गांधीधाम, इट वाज डेवलप्ड आफ्टर पार्टीशन। 50s के अंदर उसका डेवलपमेंट चालू हुआ। 50s के अंदर जो इनिशियली ड्रिंकिंग वाटर बोर एक्सप्लोड हुए थे, दैट वर आर्टिजन बोरवेल। पानी बाहर निकालने के लिए कोई मशीनरी की जरूरत नहीं होती थी, खुद ही पानी बाहर आता था और इट वाज बीइंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड। आज वहां 400 फीट डीप पानी। वो हमारी गलती है, वो नेचर की गलती नहीं है। हमने ग्राउंड वाटर को प्रोटेक्शन नहीं किया, हमने इक्वली रिचार्ज नहीं किया, वो हमारी गलती है। तो एक तो कुदरत से एनवायरमेंटल चेंज होता है, एक हमारी गलती की वजह से चेंज होता है। अब गलती को किस तरह सुधारना, तो आज के सेशन में काफी स्पीकर्स हैं, वो आपको गाइड करेंगे। दैट आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू रिपीट, छोटी छोटी बात क्या है कि देखिए कि ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन हुआ, फूड सिक्योरिटी हो गई। फूड सिक्योरिटी से क्या हो गया कि वाटर की इनसिक्योरिटी हो गई इन टर्म्स ऑफ क्वालिटी एंड क्वांटिटी। एग्रीकल्चर केमिकल बेस्ड काफी फैक्ट्रियां बनने लगी और सारे एग्रीकल्चर ये जो फर्टिलाइजर्स है वो इट इज ऑन नाइट्रेट बेस्ड। उसके वजह से पानी के अंदर नाइट्रेट कंटेमिनेशन हो गया, तो क्वालिटी क्वांटिटी was damaged। अब आगे क्या है? इतना सुनने के बाद एक डर सा लगे, एक पॉजिटिव चीज बताता हूं। आप डिकेडल पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ देखोगे तो वी ऑन वर्ज ऑफ स्टेबलाइजेशन। अगले एक दो डिकेड में आप देखोगे कि हम लगभग स्टेबलाइज हो चुके होंगे। अभी 2021 का जब सेंसस आएगा, शायद एक साल लग जाए सेंसस आने में, तो हम देख पाएंगे कि जो 2001 और 11 के बीच में ग्रोथ था उससे काफी कम ग्रोथ आपको मिलेगा। तो जब पॉपुलेशन एक बार स्टेबलाइजेशन हो जाता है, वी कैन प्लान आउट। हर रिसोर्स के अंदर हम प्लान कर सकते हैं। आज देखो हमारी डिमांड फिक्स हो गई, डिमांड की सप्लाई आप फिक्स करोगे, देन इट इंप्रूव्स ऑन सर्विस लेवल एंड क्वालिटी। तो एक तो ये पॉपुलेशन स्टेबलाइज हो रही है। दूसरी बात क्या है कि जो एफिशिएंसी ऑफ क्रॉप, एफिशिएंसी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स वो इंप्रूव हो रहे हैं। फ्लड इरिगेशन से हम ड्रिप में जा रहे हैं, तो वो जो इंप्रूवमेंट है, उस इंप्रूवमेंट से जितना पानी बचेगा दैट विल बी मोर देन सफिशिएंट फॉर डोमेस्टिक एंड ड्रिंकिंग वाटर नीड। वो एक चीज है। तीसरी चीज है कि फूड वेस्टेज को हमको कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा। इन ट्रांसमिशन काफी फूड वेस्टेज होता है, मार्केट सप्लाई नहीं ले सकता है, फूड वेस्टेज हो सकता है। हमने काफी पेपर्स के अंदर देखे हुए हैं कि टमाटर को ट्रैक्टर वो लोग रोड पे फेंक रहे हैं। आलू का प्रोडक्शन इतना है कि उनको ट्रांसपोर्टेशन भी नहीं पोसाता है, वो भी ट्रैक्टर भर के वो कहीं फेंक दे रहे हैं। खेत जला के इवन हार्वेस्टिंग के एक्सपेंडिचर दे कांट बियर। तो एक बार फूड वेस्टेज को भी हमको कंट्रोल करना पड़ेगा। तो आई थिंक I had taken sufficient time, and thank you for giving me the first slot. If possible, I will try to join again. Thank you, everyone.
Your morning message that you have some urgent and important meeting to attend. So can we cover the question answers now or later on?
No, just
if it
now
is possible.
I am overdue. It was scheduled on
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Already waiting there for my meeting.
Okay.
Right. I will try to join
issue.
again when my meeting is finished.
Okay, sir. No issue, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
At lighter note, we wish to leave the message for the today's session, specifically for you, that by polluting the clear water with slime, you will never find a good drinking water. कुदरत ने दिया तो सही, बट जितना पानी चाहिए उतना निकाल तो लिया हमने धरती माँ से, बट नाउ इट्स हाई टाइम टू फोकस ऑन re-energize our water resource system, and yes, just wait for the collector, Mrs. Shalini Agrawal, will address in water harvesting part. So over to MOC.
So now I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Shah, sir, chairman of this event, to throw some light on the topic. Sir, over to you, sir.
Deepak Ramnani sir for accepting our invitation to deliver an excellent talk on this Environment Day. And I think that you brought law of nature beautifully. You have covered water resources and how exactly it can be done. So in fact, I was talking to the various people in Wasmo that who can basically deliver an excellent talk, and everybody has point that Deepak sir is the only one who can really justify this subject well, and you really did this subject well. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And now I request MOC to take over. Thank you, sir. We'll meet soon for some more help that we require accepting from us. So we'll meet very soon. Thank you.
Now let's moving forward with next speaker, Dr. Subrata Das. He is a winner of one of India's highest civilian award, Padma Shri, for his work on highway trauma care. Co-founded Lifeline Foundation along with his wife Shushmita with the aim of reducing the 150,000 plus annual highway death in India. The only Indian to be honored with the Asian EMS Lifetime Achievement Award by the Asian EMS Council in 2015. The Times of India calls Dr. Das the country's best known EMS expert. He is an avid quizzer and author of former journalist with the Indian Express group of newspaper, a social entrepreneur and a sports enthusiast. He worked at the crossroad of EMS, public health, public safety, trauma care, and industrial medicine, disaster management, and environmental degradation. He also elected an Ashoka Scholar in 2004 and an SN Bawa Fellow in 2009. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shivani, for those nice words. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good morning to all of you. Unlike Deepak Bhai's very thoughtful insights into the river issues and the water issues the country is facing, I will have a bit more technical talk with a PowerPoint. This talk is very contextual, I thought, to the current scenario of COVID. And I have to thank BMA for letting me have this opportunity to talk on something that should affect all of us. But this talk is basically on to what I would say about industries. So just give me a minute before I pull out the slides and get going. Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just give me a minute. Okay. So the first question is, what gives me the expertise to talk? I am into emergency medical services, and that is what we have done over the years. So why should I be talking on an environment day on a subject which is nothing to do with emergency medical services? So what I'm going to do is in the next 5 minutes, walk you through our journey so that it makes it more contextual. It was in '99 that Sushmita, my wife, and me met with an accident in a friend's car. You might be knowing this friend, Dr. Vijay Thakur, a vascular surgeon of Baroda. We survived it and with a lot of other friends brainstormed and created India's first highway emergency helpline. No government support then, totally a non-profit work that we established with Lifeline Foundation, the non-profit that we established. You must have seen this number. I hope my slides are moving. This 98250, 26,000 on the expressway and other highways of the country. And this was the first effort to have a single number across a large geographical area. 2002, we started off, as I said, no government support, no wallet biopsies, no payments from accident victims. And we must have rescued more than 20,000 road traffic accident victims, serious and moderately injured, to various hospitals, covered nearly 5 states, before government woke up and said, fine, India needs a helpline. And that's what Sushmita and I have been avid proponents of, a uniform helpline across the country. Our work was taken to a lot of corporates, and the gentleman you see sitting beside me on the table at his house is Mr. Ramalinga Raju. A lot of us, and history will judge him differently for what happened at Satyam. But if it was not for him, we would not have seen the 108. And this is the room that the 108 was conceptualized. The lady standing behind me is Sushmita, my wife, and that's a legacy that we have left for the country, the unified helpline number. That Mr. Raju obviously made it national. We have worked with Sri Lanka. If you see the photograph, a bit darkish photograph in the lower bottom is Sri Lanka's living legend, Muttiah Muralitharan, who, because of what he understood of the system, decided to be the brand ambassador for post-tsunami in Sri Lanka. Our work has been studied at Harvard, Boston, and TISS, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And as Shivani said, this is where we come into this talk. We are at the crossroads of emergency medical services, occupational health, road safety, industrial disaster preparedness, and industrial safety. What is contextual to this talk is industrial safety and occupational health. And that's what it is, biomedical waste management in terms of COVID. Our experience of talking on this is we work with the world's biggest zinc manufacturer, Hindustan Zinc, Asia's biggest private port, Mundra, biggest petroleum manufacturing company, IOC, 7 road building companies, leading gas transmission company, GSPL, and a lot of fertilizer companies and other. And this is where we have learned what biomedical waste management is about. We also do a lot of training, and if you can see this, this is my son on the floor on KBC, where we were invited to take part, and my son was impressing about Mr. Bachchan the importance of CPR. We are a DISH, Director Industrial Safety and Health, recognized training center for first aid training and industrial safety. We're also an American Heart Association training center for basic life support. Mr. Bachchan has assured us that he would take it to the film industry, where people need to be taught CPR. So having talked about us, let's talk about the issue at hand. Arguably the best and the biggest physicist of our times, Professor Stephen Hawking, had this lovely thing to say. And this is what he said: life on Earth is at the ever-increasing, let me just take this out, so my screen is ever-increasing risk of being wiped out by a disaster such as a sudden global nuclear war, a genetically engineered virus, or other dangers we have not yet thought of. This was said much before the Wuhan virus struck us. This was much before even SARS came in for the first time. And that is what he said. And this is something about a disaster. A disaster is an invasion of the unaware by the unknown. That's what he said about it. This disaster in its second wave is no more an unknown thing. Yes, it is mutating, but it's no more unknown. But we still need to take care of what will come ahead. We all know what this is. And this is what, as I said, makes it very contextual. This book, Lessons from Disaster, is one of the best books that you could, as a person leading into industries, industrial leaders, should read about. And this is a lovely statement that comes out of the book: a wise man learns from his experience, a wiser man learns from others' experience. And about biomedical waste management in terms at times of COVID, we need to learn from others' experience and just not ours. The good part of where we stand today is we know the virus now. We know how it spreads. We know how it can be slowed, restricted, stopped. Unfortunately, we have not been smart to do that. We know the early signs and symptoms of the disease. We know the lingering psychological and physical issues, tiredness and everything. I myself have gone through it and going through it, and I understand that. The treatment available. So this is the good part of the virus as it exists today. And obviously vaccination is there. The bad part about where we stand: waves are expected. Japan has just done the 4th wave. I'm sure the Olympics is going to bring a 5th wave there. This may be an endemic. It's epidemic now. It may be an endemic. It might just stay around all our lives. Like malaria, like typhoid, like other diarrheal diseases, it just might stay ever. But the biggest bad part is people have given up. Je tha se dekha se is the attitude now, which is not good. Risky behavior is at its peak. The worst thing is the poor do not have savings to bail them out in another lockdown, in another situation. That is not good news at all. But what concerns me is that environmental degradation is back. And if you see this gentleman standing on a coast, that photograph is so explicitly tells us what the environmental issue of COVID is. Mask in the ocean. People are dumping them. And that is where environmental degradation is back. We have had these lovely photographs, lovely videos coming up. There's no air pollution. It has reduced. You can now see miles away. Water is clearer. The sky is clearer. It's all coming back in a worse way now. So what are the new challenges we have on hand? You have to understand the routine activities of people of all age groups, just not adults, even children, everybody has changed dramatically due to COVID. It has led to a shift in the trends of waste created by households, streets, industries, and most importantly, facilities like occupational health centers and ambulances and quarantine centers in industries. This photograph is quite explicitly tells you what it is. Household trash being collected in such an unsafe way. That is what is one of the newest challenges of COVID that has come up. If you look at the figures, 203 tons per day of newer type of biomedical waste is being generated. This was not being generated before COVID. This type of biomedical waste did not exist. A peak generation happened just a month back, 10th of May. 250 tons in India was generated due to COVID. This is besides the regular biomedical waste that we see. This is the newer type of it. So what are the newer biomedical waste that we see? PPE kits, all of us know about it. That includes masks, shoe covers, gloves, face shields, head covers, goggles, and items contaminated with blood and body fluids like dressings, swabs that go into our noses and other body parts to take RT-PCR tests or the rapid test, and the kits themselves. They are a new type of biomedical waste which we have not seen so far. A lot of industries with their townships and others are institutionalizing RT-PCR test in the townships. This is a biomedical waste that needs to be really taken care of, besides all the PPEs. I'll take a case of masks. In Italy, according to the Worldwide Fund for Nature, 10 million masks will be dispersed in the environment within a month, this month. That is what the WWF says. Just consider just 1% of the total masks are not disposed of properly, each mask weighing 4 grams. You will have 40 kgs of plastic. Masks have plastics, please understand. N95 and other masks have plastics. It poses a very dreadful picture. They'll add to landfills, riverine and marine pollution. Unorganized disposal of masks will end up in water bodies as it is happening today. And the hydrophobic protective layer used on the mask to prevent droplets consists of a lot of chemicals. Polypropylene, for instance, polyurethane, for instance. And this will all go into our landfills and our marine water bodies. That is bad news. If you look at this table out of this article, nih.gov, you can really go on and see a very good article, an indexed article on this. You will see the Asian figures, for example. You are churning out 371 crore masks a day in Asia. Africa, 92 crores a day. And look at the weight that is coming into the corresponding column. It's a huge amount of newer type of biomedical waste, just the mask that is being generated during this pandemic. This is not good news at all for us, especially on an environment day. Why there's huge amount? What will happen to this huge amount? Again, just restricted to masks. This huge amount is coming in because there's a high demand of PPE from all healthcare and non-healthcare workers. You go to a shopping mall, somebody's wearing a mask. You see the security is wearing a mask. You go to a store, somebody's wearing a mask. A restaurant, a delivery chain, they're all wearing masks. So this is not about healthcare. This is not about hospitals alone. This is about households. This is about a common man on the road who dumps a mask in his trash can in the house. The waste is difficult to store and transport. There's indiscriminate disposal. Masks, PPEs, gloves are thrown here and there. They're not being collected properly. And this, most of the times in households, go along with non-infectious kitchen or general waste. So the newspaper or the trash that you throw, the paper trash or the vegetable peels that you throw in a trash can is exactly where these masks are also going. There is obviously the risk of formite-borne transmission. We don't know yet. We don't know whether the virus transmits from non-living surfaces, there is this definite risk. So this is what a new type of pollution is coming up. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India has given guidelines for rational use of personal protective equipment. Nobody's bothered about it. The WHO on 19th March 2020, a year and more back, gave recommendations for rational use of PPE. And these are the PPEs that were included. Obviously, the scope has increased, yet we are not really going by these guidelines at all. Industries, households, societies, offices, none of them are following these guidelines. Most of them rather. There might be industries, I'm sorry, doing that. As I said, biomedical waste is now a home issue. Home quarantine creates used tissue papers, body fluids, our nasal fluids come out. The PPEs, they're all being used at home, because if one person is quarantined at home, found COVID positive, everyone goes on a PPE mode. Where does this PPE go? They are disposed very inattentively, and they might infect family members and the waste collectors, the rag pickers. The poor solid waste handling may be a vital contributor to the spread of this disease. And that's something that most of us are not realizing. And that's a huge environmental issue. Let's talk about plastics. This is not about biomedical waste, but just to give you an example how the epidemic has affected the environment. We've always talked about the positive side of the effects. As I said, the air has become clearer. The water bodies are much more clear. You can now see the Himalayas from perhaps Chandigarh. That's the right side of it. The wrong side, just to give you an example, besides biomedical waste, plastics. There's been a paradigm shift again in the form of waste generated. We are back to one-use throwaway plastics. We had nearly stopped that. Government had guidelines. People were themselves stopping it voluntarily. We are back to it. Why? Because we don't want to recycle things. We're not sure of the purity of recyclables. We want the PPEs are one-time use. Increased online shopping has happened, and obviously taking food from the restaurants. The food delivery chain itself has come up with a lot of food packaging that cannot be reused most of the times. Plastics have become an issue during this COVID. So when you look at the developed and developing world, how does one look at waste disposal? In developing countries, waste is mostly disposed to in-situ landfills or the nearest pond. Deepak Bhai talked a lot about respecting our water bodies and everything. Frankly speaking, we have stopped respecting our water bodies. We dump things in the water bodies, right from dead bodies that are being dumped in Uttar Pradesh or Bihar to us dumping flowers and everything else in a pond nearby. COVID has made it worse because, as I said, masks, PPEs, gloves, all are going into our water bodies and in-situ landfills. Low-income group countries mostly generate wet waste dumped openly, and only 20% of the total waste goes for recycling. Reversely, in high-income countries, it is 51% of recycling happening. That is where our challenges in India are much more, because we really do not have great waste treatment facilities, nor the culture. Coming back to the last part of my presentation, I hope I'm not running late. So what can workplaces do to work out newer strategies in this new normal? If you follow cricket, there's something called taking a guard. A good batsman, even after completing a 50, takes a fresh guard. You must have all seen it. After a century, he takes a fresh guard because he has to have a longer innings. We need to start from scratch. Everybody involved in HSAB, everybody into environment needs to take a fresh guard, because we have a newer challenge, a newer bowler coming on. The action plan should be regularly monitored and updated. Workers and the representatives should be consulted. It has to be consultative. It just cannot be give orders, give guidelines and let it happen. It will not happen, because as a country, as a nation, irrespective of our religion and our caste systems, we are fatalist, which means this won't happen to me. And if it happens, this is karma. We have to get over this fatalism if we have to handle our environment, especially in these times. So if you look at this, you need to understand the chain of disposal in COVID-19. It's very important to understand that the pathway of transmission is just not about the collector, the biomedical waste collector. It starts from the generation of the biomedical waste management to the collecting agency. That is the entire path, and all of us need to understand that path going forward. You also need to understand that this is not a normal biomedical waste. This is a biomedical waste that needs to be kept untouched for at least 72 hours because a virus can stay there. And we don't still know if fomite infection happens, infection from the surfaces. The jury is out there. The waste compaction system of households in the townships that a lot of industries have, we need to stop it, because if people are disposing PPEs and masks and other things in their dustbins, the compaction of it will create aerosols which will spread in the air. Vietnam has talked about a strain that now could be airborne, 6 times more infectious and dangerous than the current one that we have in India. So it's just a matter of time that the virus mutates and we have aerosols around. So the waste compaction system has to take a new look now. This is a slide that all of you must have seen or known about it. On plastic, it stays for 7 days, on stainless steel for 7 days. I'm not going to go into it because, as I said, the jury is still out there, but we need to be careful about it. There are several disinfectants that have been talked about. And again, I don't want to get into it because all of us are read it on Google. And obviously there's something called a WhatsApp University new, which really gives us information, right or wrong, but it gives us information. My request to all HSC people here is do an index study, see well-published articles and not go by WhatsApp or what the Google throws. We need to be very clear about the scientific evidence-based decisions that we take. The biggest challenge that we have is the multiple guidelines, and that's a huge challenge, and there's a huge confusion, and we need to address that. There's so many guidelines out. The municipal corporation is giving guidelines, the airport authority is giving a guideline, the central government is giving a guideline, the CPCB is giving a guideline, the state pollution control boards, the urban authorities, the municipalities, and obviously private organizations. So we need to really sieve through these guidelines to understand which is good and which is bad. For me, I would go by the CPCB guidelines, the revisions that have taken place, 4 revisions have taken place. The first 2 revised guidelines of the CPCB were on duties and responsibilities of persons of the State Pollution Control Board, the pollution control committees, the urban local bodies, and the common biological waste treatment facilities. It was also about segregation of waste at the point of generation and not at the point of dumping, and the management of general waste from quarantine facilities. Please understand, quarantine is not a medical issue alone. Don't think it's a hospital issue. It's an issue that is in the homes because we quarantine ourselves. So we need to, each of us individually, even if you are not a leader of an industry, we still need to understand how to manage general waste from quarantine facilities. This is beyond the scope of this talk in 20 minutes, but I'm sure you would have a lot that you can read on the net. The CPCB guidelines will tell you. The National Green Tribunal recommended revisions, which the CPCB took up, and I would still say the CPCB is the nodal agency, so let's go by their recommendations. And it talked about safety of waste handlers, very important, and sanitation workers. We're totally ignoring their safety, their capability to spread the infection, become super spreaders. We're absolutely neglecting it, and we'll pay a heavier price when the third wave comes in and hits maybe rural India more. We need the guidelines recommend providing training to waste handlers. There's a app now, COVID-19 BMW, that's up there, and the disposable use PPEs. That is what the new recommendations talk about the CPCB. Going ahead, the last line is very important. Please understand, we need to read it along. These recommendations are supposed to be read along with the BMW management rules of 2016 and 18. These rules are not overriding them. They're complementing the ones. So please don't ignore the 2016 and 2018 basic BMW management rules. Yes, there are lots of things that the CPCB guidelines talk about, of using double layered bags, about leveling of bags and containers as COVID-19 waste. I don't see it happening in most places, in societies, in townships. I don't see it happening. I cannot go into an industry and see it. They're not allowing, but believe me, it's not happening in townships and even regular housing societies in urban and rural areas. There has to be a separate record keeping of waste generated due to COVID-19 precautions, and that's very important. Again, not happening regularly in most places. The COVID-19 PWM app is a very nice app. I recommend that each of us individuals go through it to understand what it says. Life will be much safer, environment will be safer. Though the app talks about uploading information about collection, transportation, and other activities to the registered common biological waste treatment facilities, and it applies to biomedical waste generators and state pollution control board. But it's an app that all of us need to navigate through to understand what the issues are. This is just a screenshot of the app, and it's very important in times of what we are facing now. The challenges of the guidelines are immense. Some of them are missing, like spill management. I see a lot of times when BMW bags or containers are being carried, there's a spillage. The plastic bag rips apart, the mask or other consumables just fly off. And see, there are still no broad or definitive guidelines on the spill management. That's something lacking in these guidelines here. What should be the ideal PPE persons handling biomedical waste management? Not clear yet. The PPE that you and me wear is very insufficient for them because their risks are much more. Nothing has still come up. What health checkups and how periodic health checkups should be done for these individuals? Again, a gray area. The biggest challenge, obviously, is the contradictory guidelines happening. There are various, as I said, various other government agencies, private agencies, all talking of it. And obviously, the key challenge is this abrupt change in the category of certain biomedical waste that have come up now might result in inappropriate final treatment. Most of us are still ignorant of it. What should be the final treatment? So what should we do given all these challenges? Maintain uniformity in the guidelines, monitor the implementation and prioritize it, the monitoring of it, expand your capacities because, as I said, the third wave is next at your doorstep, the fourth is waiting to knock. So we need to be prepared. Any breach that you find in your area, whether it's a township, whether it's a society, whether it's your industry, it should be notified to the nodal agency of that area and conduct regular training of all concerned staff of biomedical waste disposal. Believe me, that's the key to have a clearer environment in COVID times. Incineration dioxin is something that all of you need to be aware of. I'll just touch it on the do not burn PPEs. I know of industries doing that. PPEs cannot be burned because if they're half burned, not improperly burnt, the way they should be, they will release something called dioxin, which is an organic pollutant which goes on persisting in the atmosphere, and it causes a lot of health issues because it has a long half-life of 10 years. It causes reproductive and development problems, immune system problems, endocrine mechanism, and they are definitely known to be carcinogens, besides their neurological effects. So please do not burn PPEs because they all have plastics and other things, as I said earlier. Don't at all burn them in your premises. That's the second part. You need to know your rights and roles as an employer and as an employee. Very important. It's just not, as I said, not the responsibility. The biomedical waste management is not the responsibility of the collector alone. It is about the people generating it, of the employers and the employees. You need to have a long-term thing because COVID is going nowhere. So don't think it's a short-term thing. As I said, you need to have a 72-hour final, waste collection and securing it mechanism in, because 72 hours should be given for the waste as the virus still might be sitting on some waste. There has to be cooperation with management and workers, need a consultative process and just not directions given. And again, I'll repeat it because I'm very concerned about it. And I see the concern now globally of secure the safety of the collection staff and the disposal staff. They will become super spreaders otherwise. As I said, we forget that sanitation workers are for frontline in industries too. Just not the health workers, just not the ambulance drivers, just not the doctors. The sanitation guys are there because they are cleaning your offices. An infected doctor or a paramedic in an industry or a hospital doesn't land up on your doorstep. A sanitation worker does it every day. You need to protect them. According to a survey, 5 million sanitization workers in India, 50% of them are women, highly vulnerable. They don't have the awareness of biomedical waste among them. The CPCB guidelines clearly state that there has to be regular sanitization of workers, provide them with adequate PPE, and train them in infection prevention measures, hand hygiene, respiratory behavior, social distancing, and the use of PPE, because most of them don't know how to correctly use the PPE. Again, they have the potential to be super spreaders. I know I'm being repetitive, but I see that happening, a big concern. So finally ending, I always talk about opportunities in a crisis, and this is something that's very well said by an American emergency medical expert. Any big event that occurs in humanity should be a point where we make dramatic improvements in the way we do things. We apply new technologies, we implement new processes, and this is our opportunity as an inflection point. We need to introspect for the entire HSE system, just not an industry, but an HSE system and individuals. Thank you for the time. It really was a pleasure being here.
Thank you, sir. There are some 4 questions. There are 4 questions, but
I'll have to stop sharing my screen.
hello. Yeah, sir.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, actually we have 4 questions, but honestly 3 already answered by you in a very point out manner about that part. Now one important question, because this specifically for you, sir, by Dr. Vidyasagar Patel. Dr. Vidyasagar Patel is asking a very simple question. As you have started your journey with 108 Lifeline facility, is it possible that can we have any environment department at local bodies with PPP model? Because initially you have taken the initiative of this 108 Lifeline medical emergency, and then it's come to the PPP model with the government contract this side. Is it possible for an environment side? What do you think?
Sir, I think it's possible. When Mr. Modi was Chief Minister in Gujarat, he had this Bhagidari. It was a very nice model.
Yeah.
I'm sure there must be government functionaries. I mean, I have always, not to flatter people, but I think Gujarat is one place where you can experiment with a lot of new things. Gujarat gives you that opportunity to do it. As I always say, if it was not about Gujarat, we would not have been able to do this emergency medical services. So I'm sure there must be government programs, and if somebody takes it up, Dr. Vidyasagar, if you really take it up, I'm sure you're going to meet a very sensitized IAS officer who would guide you. There would be PPP models definitely available, because Mr. Modi was an ardent advocate of PPP. So I'm sure there are avenues. Why not? You just need one non-profit or an individual to stand up and find it out. That's what we did. It took time. Our accident happened in ¡99 and we started off in 2002. But we had to get the nuts and bolts in place before we do that. So I'm sure Madam Collector would be extremely receptive of an idea like that.
Can we start from Baroda? Baroda has taken many initiatives. So these are the opportunities.
If anybody is interested, I would love to join hands. Newer ideas should be always welcome, and it just might take some time.
Service support. Yeah, thanks. And we are fortunate here that galaxy of the speaker right now in front of the whole Barodians. But there are 2 things I would to say, like number 1, Corona warriors की सबकी जो बात कर रहे हैं ना, सर जितना आर्मी में राफेल का इम्पोर्टेंट है ना, उतना ही 108 का इम्पोर्टेंट हमने पिछले 1.5 साल में देखा. और आई really thanks to you on behalf of all Barodian, all Gujarati, all Indians, because of this concept. Now I imagine the night 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, because I am staying at VIP Road, how the 108 running here and there, they are covering people, how they provide the service setup. So right now, in front of us, the Janak of the 108 is there. And yes, next one is Corona Warrior की तो बात करते हैं, लेकिन अभी Corona Warrior के सेनापति जो है, Collector of Vadodara, वो भी अभी next speaker में. Yes, sir, would you like to say?
Yeah, sir, 2 things. Number 1, that the 108 was a concept developed on our work. We started the first concept that there should be an emergency helpline across large geographical areas. But if it was again not for Mr. Modi and the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister, then Mr. YSR, 108 would not have come up, in a big way. And we have to thank Mr. Ramalinga Raju for it, because it is there. Having said that, even our work would not have come up, and she does not get thanked for it because she is not the face of it. But I always tell people it's great to have an adamant wife, because if it was not for Sushmita, who said, "Nee, India needs a helpline post our accident," we would not have been so passionate to get this up. I would have given up.
Yeah.
But Sushmita was extremely passionate, given the hurdles that we were facing. There were friends who came to us with ideas. We developed on those ideas, but somebody had to persist. And Sushmita did. And then Mr. Raju took it up and made it 108 a national thing. Rest is history, as you would call it.
It's all about your nature, humanity towards, because you are true professional medical qualified doctor, and at the same time providing service to the nation in this way. Sir, beyond imagination, since last 1 week when I come to know about the Dr. Das is coming to our celebration day, and about your story, sir, this 30 minutes is not enough for Baroda Management Association. Dil mange more, one more session. I need open promise from you regarding your history, strategy. See, BMA is meant for strategy and planning all the discussion also. So we will organize one more session. I need open promise from in front of the public. Thank you. Thank you. So
always a pleasure,
yeah,
sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, over to MOC and with this regard note about the wasting time is useless cleaning. The environment is the best. Ultimately, yes, what you say, subject is absolutely relevant. Third wave, fourth wave is coming up, and at the same time, the numbers of tons of possibility about the biomedical waste, which may be dumped from each and every residence in next couple of months. So let us take care of that part also in waste management system. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Das. Thank you.
Pleasure being here, sir.
Thank you. Just for all of us, the live session we are streaming over the YouTube, and recording also available over the YouTube, so you can enjoy anytime later on. Link already I have distributed. Thanks a lot. Over to MOC.
So now moving forward with next speaker, Ms. Shalini Agrawal, IAS. She joined IAS in 2005. Presently, she working as a collector Vadodara from 2018 till now. Before she worked as collector district Modasha Aramli, worked as collector district Kheda and district Tapi. She also worked as additional commissioner in commercial tax, and she was involved in draft work of GST Act and rules. She also worked as a district development officer in Godhra or in district Tapi, worked as SDM in district Godhra Panchmahal. She has been awarded by Best Collector Award in State for District Aravali in 2016 and 17, Best District Development Officer Award in State for District Tapi in 2011-12, Best District Election Officer Award for conducting Parliamentary Election 2019 given by Honorable Governor of Gujarat, Scotch Award in Gold category for Drinking Water Project, Scotch Order of Merit Certificate for Zero Waste Village, Scotch Order of Merit Certificate for Integrated Water Management, and Scotch Order of Merit Certificate for District Response to COVID-19. And her new achievements are International Wash Media Award in World Water Week in Switzerland for Walloed Solid Liquid Resource Management Project in Sanitization in 2012. She also made a Guinness Book of World Record for organizing largest health camp for highest number of pregnant women under Pradhan Mantri Matruva Suraksha Yojana in 2017 in the program of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi sir. She made another Guinness Book of World Record for the creation of largest envelope in the world by poor children of rural area in 2017. She implemented Varsha Jal Nidhi project successfully in Vadodara district in India, and she implements Surya Jal Prakalp unique and smart initiative in Vadodara. She also implement recycle and reuse of wastewater in village of Vadodara district in India. So now like to request ma'am, over to you ma'am. So, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for
I would
introducing
like to
Honorable
request Mr. Deepak Sash sir for introducing them or welcoming them.
Yes, before the speech of Honorable Collector Ma'am, she's right now in a program. So we would like to share one documentary regarding the project initiated by District Administration Vadodara. So please stay on the line.
The visionary Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, has described rain as God's prasad.
आने वाले दिनों में जल जीवन मिशन को लेकर के आगे बढ़ेगी। जल संचय का ये अभियान जैसे स्वच्छता का अभियान चला था, जन सामान्य का अभियान बनना चाहिए।
The Honorable Prime Minister wrote a letter to all Sarpanchs of India to take up projects of water conservation and water harvesting in rural areas and make it a mass movement. The Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Vijay Bhai Rupani, has statewide implemented Sujalam Suflam Jal Sanchay Abhiyan, making Gujarat as one of the leading states in India in the field of water conservation. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Nitin Bhai Patel has also actively supported this campaign through his valuable insights. Vadodara is the first district in Gujarat to implement project of reuse and recycle of wastewater in rural areas. The Honorable Chief Minister inaugurated 1 lakh litres of wastewater treatment plant in December 2019 in Chikodra village. Vadodara is now adding a new feather in its cap in the field of water conservation by becoming the first district in India to implement rainwater harvesting Varsha Jalanidhi project in all the government primary and secondary schools of rural areas. 1,000 buildings of 1,071 government schools are ready to increase groundwater table by boring rainwater in the ground. The huge task of realizing this vision was completed in a record time of just 9 months. The bid to carry out this project was taken up by District Level Implementation Committee under the chairmanship of the District Collector. The conventional model of rainwater harvesting generally costs between 3 to 4 lakh rupees. But 2 low-cost models ranging from 25,000 rupees to 90,000 rupees were developed by a technical committee consisting of experts and skilled engineers. The first model of 25,000 rupees to 45,000 rupees for schools having borewell, and the second model of 45,000 rupees to 90,000 rupees for the schools not having borewell. Mobilizing funds to complete this project in 1 year was a challenging task. 5.84 crore rupees were mobilized through convergence of financial resources, innovative use of DMF funds, and CSR funds from IOCL, GACL, etc. The huge success of this project lies in its implementation through SMC, School Management Committee. The technical committee provided technical guidance to SMC. The quality of project was ensured through on-site visits by technical experts from IOCL and GACL. The credit for making this project successful also goes to Jan Bhagidari. For the first time, a workshop on water assessment and water security was organized at Taluka level. A water harvesting awareness campaign for women in rural areas and water management training for members of Pani Samitis were organized. Children became the flag bearers of this campaign by taking an oath to conserve water, thus making it a Bal Andolan. Through this first ever unique project, around 1 lakh litres of rainwater will be harvested per school, resulting into conservation of 10 to 12 crore litres of rainwater annually. Vadodara's Varsha Jalanidhi project has shown a new path to the country. Here the students are now learning lessons of water conservation This project is shaping future generation by inculcating values of saving water and creating a culture of water conservation. The Honorable Prime Minister applauded Varsha Jal Nidhi project in his Mann Ki Baat program.
गुजरात के वडोदरा का भी एक उदाहरण बहुत प्रेरक है। यहाँ जिला प्रशासन और स्थानीय लोगों ने मिलकर एक दिलचस्प मुहिम चलाई। इस मुहिम की वजह से आज वडोदरा में 1000 स्कूलों में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग होने लगी। एक अनुमान है कि इस वजह से हर साल औसतन करीब 10 करोड़ लीटर पानी बेकार बह जाने से बचाया जा रहा है।
Let's pledge to save water. Water conservation for today is life conservation for tomorrow.
So this was the project of Varsha Jal Nidhi, which is related to rainwater harvesting system in government schools of Vadodara district, which is a part of Panch Jal Setu, which is the project initiative by district administration. So we would like to share another documentary regarding Panch Jal Setu.
District has taken a lead in India to fulfill the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of water management and conservation. The district administration has launched an innovative project called Panch Jal Setu, a holistic and comprehensive project with lots of innovative models and technologies, convergence, and community participation. Varsha Jal Nidhi project was applauded by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in his Mann Ki Baat.
गुजरात के वडोदरा का भी एक उदाहरण बहुत प्रेरक है। यहाँ जिला प्रशासन और स्थानीय लोगों ने मिलकर एक दिलचस्प मुहिम चलाई। इस मुहिम की वजह से आज वडोदरा में 1000 स्कूलों में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग होने लगी। एक अनुमान है कि इस वजह से हर साल औसतन करीब 10 करोड़ लीटर पानी बेकार बह जाने से बचाया जा रहा है।
Vadodara is the first district in India to implement the rainwater harvesting project in all government schools in rural areas in a record time of just 9 months. It is recognized as the first district in India by the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Jal Jeevan Mission and Niti Aayog and inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister. By technological innovation, 2 low-cost models were developed at local level. The soul of this project is implementation through School Management Committee, ensuring community participation. 1 lakh liters of rainwater per school and 10 crore liters rainwater will be harvested, which is equivalent to drinking water of all school children of Vadodara for 5 years. The students of this government schools became flag bearers of Varsha Jal Nidhi, turning it into Bal Andolan. It is shaping future generation by inculcating values of saving water and creating a culture of water conservation.
In our school, we have rainwater harvesting structure. Now we'll get water for girls' toilet. Girls will not drop out. Now we will get good quality drinking water. We will not be sick, so we will not be absent.
Panch Jal Setu is widely recognized by various departments of central and state government and extensively covered by the media. Recycle and reuse of wastewater. Vadodara is the first district in Gujarat to implement the project of recycle and reuse of wastewater in villages. Big cities have established technology, but there is no technically compatible and financially viable model for rural areas. Vadodara innovated a cost-effective model and green technology called Trans Biofilter, which uses organic materials, earthworms, microbes which convert wastewater into bio-nutritional products. 2 plants of 1 lakh liters and 25,000 liters capacity of recycling wastewater established and inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister. This project supplies organic manure and nutrient-rich water throughout all seasons, which makes it a revenue-generating model. These villages have emerged as champions of organic fruits and vegetable production. Earlier, these villages were in clutches of cholera, but they have now become cholera-free. Integrated Water Management Project. The third Jal Setu was to provide clean and safe drinking water to every household in Vadodara. Earlier, 75% of villages had groundwater-based water supply schemes, which were becoming unsustainable due to depletion of groundwater. Vadodara being an industrial hub and due to its geographical terrain, the quality of water was very poor. So administration envisaged a project for surface water-based water supply schemes based on Narmada and Mahisagar rivers. For the first time, massive works of water supply infrastructure are taken up. Projects of 1,378 crore rupees. A phenomenal work of laying 1,582 kilometers of pipelines. This project was integrated for the first time with Wasmo department to provide tap water connectivity to every household. Now, Vadodara has 95% tap connectivity. With 3 lakh households, 417 villages have 100% tap connectivity. Women are spearheading this movement in villages, thus making it Mahila Jan Andolan. Sujalam Sufalam Jal Sanchay Abhiyan. Sujalam Sufalam Abhiyan, a unique model of water conservation and employment generation. A large number of 1,033 works like deepening of existing village ponds, extensive cleaning of 197.8 kilometers of canals and natural storm water drains were carried out. Outcomes are additional water holding capacity of 1,856 million liters of water, 18,56,000 cubic meters of soil excavated from ponds was used by farmers in their field. A creative combination of government and CSR funds was used. Government funds used for employment generation and CSR funds for machinery. Saurya Jal Prakalp. Saurya Jal Prakalp is the state-of-the-art project of Vadodara for generating solar energy by innovative utilization of space above water tanks. Water tanks are located at higher ground level and they have elevated structures which make them conducive to absorb maximum solar energy. The Vadodara administration utilized this principle innovatively by installing solar panels on water tanks, thus converting water supply schemes as generators of energy rather than consumers of energy. This will generate approximately 352.30 units of electricity on daily basis and 1,28,590 units of electricity per year, saving approximately 10.28 lakh rupees per year. Panch Jal Setu has revolutionized the whole concept of water management, and it has paved the way for Jan Kranti through Jan Andolan.
Am I audible? Deepak Bhai?
Yes, madam, you are audible, and I welcome our beloved Collector of Baroda, respected Sri Shalini Madam, IS, to Environment Day celebration by Baroda Management Association. She is really very kind and accepted our invitation readily, and she is one of the authority to talk on rainwater harvesting. And you have seen these 2 videos, which basically shows the project that she has done is accepted nationally and internationally. And I think without taking much time, I request Shalini Madam to begin with her presentation. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Deepak Bhai, and the whole Baroda Management Association for giving me this opportunity to be here today. I think on one of the most important days, not only for the country but for the world, that is World Environment Day. And I'm delighted to see that Baroda Management Association is organizing seminars and talks on World Environment Day on such important issues which are core to the development and also for the sustainability of world in total. Water is essential for everything. It is life for a human being. It is lifeline for development in the whole world. Mahatma Gandhi used to say that we don't inherit environment or water from our ancestors. Rather, we take them on loan from our ancestors, and it is our moral and ethical responsibility that we have to give this environment and water back to our future generations. So everybody in the world is consumer of water, is consumer of environment, but at the same time it should be our responsibility that we have to contribute significantly for conservation and preservation of water, for conservation and preservation of environment, uh, so that this world becomes a sustainable and inclusive world where all the future generations, the future will be secured. We have tried to integrate all aspects of water management in Vadodara, as you have already seen one of the documentaries which is named as Panch Jal Setu. So there are lots different aspects of water management when we talk about integrated and comprehensive water management. The future world or the coming years will be very critical for India and for the world, because we are moving towards scarcity of water. Now the countries are moving where the water is getting scarce, and also there are lots of climate changes, global warming is taking place. There are lots of changes in patterns of rainfall, monsoon. Also, the way the urbanization and industrialization are growing at a faster pace, I think it is very important that water needs to be looked at seriously, and all the aspects of water needs to be looked comprehensively. So in Panchajal Setu in Vadodara, we have taken 5 aspects. I joined in Vadodara in 2018, and the same project I've done in Modasa also as Collector Arvalli, where Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated that scheme for Arvalli and Sabarkantha. So I had some knowledge of water management in my previous assignment, and when I joined in Vadodara in 2018, I asked Water Supply Department that how many of your villages in the Vadodara district are getting water from surface-based water supply schemes. I was given a reply that only 25% of villages, that means around 125 villages, they were getting supply from surface-based water supply schemes. That means Mahisagar, Narmada and Narmada Canal, and all other 75% of villages, that was approximately 475 villages, they were based on underground water supply schemes. As a policymaker, as a district administration, I wonder that what will happen after a few years when the underground water is depleting, how these underground water supply schemes will be viable in villages to provide drinking water. Also, Vadodara being an industrial hub, predominantly an industrial district, there are lots of talukas like Padra, Savli, Waghodia, where there are serious problems of water contamination and water pollution. Also, the geographical terrain of Vadodara is such that the quality of water itself is poor it has high TDS, high nitrate. And when the water supply schemes are based on underground water supply, in these circumstances, I think it will not be sustainable for future in the villages, and villages will have a severe shortage of water in coming years. Therefore, we made a project that all of these villages will be converted from underground water supply schemes to surface-based water supply schemes. We have worked hard on this for last 3 years, lots of departments. We made a committee and all the departments related to railways, canals, highways, water supply department, land acquisition department, rural development, all of them were made part of that committee. And every year we were making projects for 2-3 blocks in together. I'm happy to share that today I can say that all the talukas of Vadodara, the plans have been approved for surface based water, and every taluka is having around 80 to 150 crores project. That means in total around 1,400 crores of project have been approved in every taluka. Lots of massive water infrastructure are being created in terms of intake well, water pumps, pipelines. You will be surprised that in just 2 years, more than 1,500 kilometers of pipeline have been laid in the whole district. All these schemes have been given possession of land in advance because the committee is being headed by the collector, and we are coordinating with all the departments. Therefore, all kinds of railway permissions, canal permissions, NHI, national highway permissions, land permissions, they are given in advance, and when a project is approved by the government, immediately it goes into implementation stage. So every project of water supply in last 3 years is being implemented in time. They are being completed before time, and it's a joint team effort through which now the whole district has been covered under surface based water, and major sources of water are Narmada Canal and Mahi River. I should thank Government of Gujarat that when districts are taking such kinds of initiatives, the government has that will and commitment to immediately approve this project and to finance this project and give technical approvals and administrative proposals at such a faster pace that in today's circumstances, most of the talukas, the projects have either have been completed or they are ongoing projects. So I think for HDI quality of life, it is very important that we have to provide good quality drinking water to every village. Now the second step is to integrate it with household connectivity. So to provide tap connectivity in every house in the village, because surface based water supply projects, what I was talking about, they provide good quality drinking water at the doorstep of the village. But after the water reaches up to doorstep of village, then there is a separate department, Vasmo, which works for the supply of that water to individual households in villages. In Vadodara, earlier, those two departments were working in silos. So if GWSSB is implementing some project in a particular village, Vasmo will be making connectivity in some another village. So there was a total disjoint between the two departments. In 3 years, we have got coordinated between two departments, and wherever surface-based water supply schemes are being approved or are being completed, those villages are immediately connected with Vasmo, and Vasmo makes the internal lines, water tanks, water infrastructure they create, and immediately the tap connectivity is provided in every household in the villages. I must share with you that Vadodara is marching towards 100% of tap connectivity in Gujarat. We have already achieved 99.5% of tap connectivity. Only 3 villages are remaining where the tap connectivity needs to be done, and the works are already ongoing there. So within few months, Vadodara will have 100% tap connectivity in Gujarat, and Vadodara will be one of the first biggest district which will have 100% of tap connectivity. Here, the WASMO projects are being decentralized in villages, and as women are the most important beneficiaries of this water in their houses, therefore, we have made committees at village level which have women members as one of the important members, and uh, lots of our committees have 100% women members. Lots of our committees in villages have 50% of women members. They are trained in maintenance and repairs of water supply infrastructure, user charges collection. They are trained in planning and implementation of water supply infrastructures in the villages. And our all committees in villages, they are functioning very, very well. And all of these projects, they belong to the committee of villages, they belong to the people of villages, and thereby the progress and sustainability of these projects are quite high in Vadodara. Third most important aspect of water management is that water has to be reused and recycled for optimum utilization of water. Big corporations and big cities have advanced and developed a technology for recycle and reuse of wastewater. But the same thing does not imply to the rural areas of any of the district in India. Here we have got good support from industries like Transpec, IOCL, GSFC, from where we could mobilize technical guidance for establishing of decentralized technologies at villages for reuse and recycle of wastewater. And also financial mobilization was done through CSR funds and some government funds. We made convergences from different funds, and then we took up this initiative in 2018, and the first project was implemented in Khandera Pura village of Vadodara district, and later on it was replicated in another villages. Honorable Chief Minister came and inaugurated one of the projects of reuse and recycle of wastewater in Chikhodra village of Vadodara, because it was the first project which was taken up in the whole Gujarat for rural areas, because rural areas have challenges in terms of technology and decentralization of reuse and recycle of wastewater. Fortunately, all of these projects are doing well. The demand of the water which is coming out through these plants after reuse and recycle, it's quite high because it's a micronutrient rich water, and this water is available 24/7 for farmers. These villages are diversifying their agriculture in terms of fruits and vegetables and organic cultivation. These villages were having pathetic condition of sanitation, having cholera, high, means they were cause of concern. But if you go to these villages now, they are clean, highly sanitized, and also water is being termed as an important resource for growth and development. So this was a technological initiative which was taken up by people of Vadodara, and with the district team, we could replicate it to another villages. Fourth component, which you have already seen in detail, is rainwater harvesting. In India, 92% of rainwater gets wasted. Only 8% of rainwater is harvested. I remember that in 2019, I was holding charge of Commissioner Vadodara Municipal Corporation, and Vadodara was hit with severe floods. And for a few days, we were struggling a lot because the whole city was submerged underwater. As the water receded, as a commissioner, I started receiving calls from the people of Vadodara that we are having shortage of drinking water. The drinking water quality is very bad. I was wondering that for a few days, the whole city was submerged under the water, and we had one of the toughest times. And as the water receded, people had problems of drinking water. So where this all water has gone, there are not sufficient mechanisms for rainwater harvesting still. And the water gets wasted. As I've already shared the figure that 92% of the water is getting wasted. That time only we decided that in rural areas, we will cover all our government schools with rainwater harvesting. And we made indigenously developed models. We had an expert team of engineers, professionals, experts who designed a low cost effective model for this rainwater harvesting. Mm, Generally, these model cost from 3 to 5 lakh rupees, but the models which are developed in Vadodara, they cost from 25,000 to 1 lakh rupees. Our main concern is to discharge this water under the ground. And if anybody wants to use it, we are ready to provide them additional fund. But in the first phase, we wanted that at least every school should have a rainwater harvesting where they can collect and discharge this water under the ground. Again, the project was decentralized and the implementation was decentralized. The school management committee was given the responsibility of making rainwater harvesting structures in the schools and also to maintain it. The funds were transferred to school management committee, and all these school management committees, they were trained, their capacities were built up. I'm happy to say that within 9 months, the whole district was covered with rainwater harvesting, and this 9 month include last year COVID period also, when there was a lockdown for a few days, few months, and after this lockdown was lifted up again, the team started working on rainwater harvesting. Initially, in 1 year, only 1 or 2 schools were covered for rainwater harvesting. But in 9 months, we covered all 1,000 schools in rainwater harvesting. A small school, if we calculate average rainfall and average duration, will discharge around 1 lakh liter of water, and 1,000 schools means 10 crore liter of water. That's a huge quantity. We have 1.5 lakh children in Vadodara. It can cater to their demands of drinking water if they come to school. If we calculate for their school period duration, it will provide them drinking water for 4 years. Such a huge quantity of water which was otherwise getting wasted is now able to be harvested, and it is getting collected. And as the whole thing happened in front of school children, it was in 2018, August 2018 to April, May 2019. So if we exclude March, April, May 2019, most of the projects were completed in front of school children. So they are aware about water conservation, water harvesting. So our school management committee and children, they have become our brand ambassadors for Save Water campaign in villages. I must mention that all these projects, whatever I'm talking about, we have given the responsibility of implementation to some committee which represents people of villages, so that the ownership is taken by the villages itself. The project is implemented by them, and then this project becomes self-sustainable because people are owning them up and they are taking the responsibilities of the projects. Last one, this is about environment in toto, that water and energy, they go together. Clean energy, green energy, and renewable energy, they are the future of the country. But with solar energy, one of the major constraint is land. It needs lots of land for solar energy development. When we were working with these water supply infrastructures, I used to visit lots of villages in Vadodara, and then I found that we have big water tanks in the villages. And those water tanks are very high. They can absorb solar energy in a good quantity. Those spaces on the water tanks are lying otherwise idle. So I told the water supply department and electrical department that you make a survey of all those water tanks which are robust, and let's put up solar panel on those water tanks so that they can generate energy. We started with 22 villages in Vadodara. Again, there was no fund, so we mobilized from CSR and District Mines and Mineral Fund and other government funds we converged. And 22 villages, water tanks, they were equipped with solar panels, automatic sprinklers were installed on them. An app was installed where we can monitor that how much electricity is being generated on every hour, like 7 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, 2, 3, 4 o'clock, how much energy is being generated. And now all of these water tanks have become generators of energy rather than consumers of energy. We wanted that we should supply this electricity to the grid. So we spoke to JEDA and there was no provision because nobody has done this so far. So we had a mechanism where we authorized one officer from our side who did registration with JEDA. And all these 22 village level water tanks, they were connected to the grid. And now they are supplying electricity to grid. So far, they have generated around 50,000 of units of electricity. And we are coming up with more water supply schemes, which will have solar panels for generation of solar energy. So wherever, whatever mechanism is available, I think that not only district administration, but industries, businesses, schools, colleges, civil society, NGOs, everybody has to everybody has to contribute a bit for preservation and conservation of environment. I thank the whole team of Vadodara district, not only the district administration, but industries, people who have helped, technical experts, professionals, elected representatives, our committees in the villages who have supported us vehemently in all our initiatives for conservation and preservation of water. Vadodara is leading a way in water management and also in conservation of environment in terms of solar energy generation, not only in Gujarat, but in the whole country. And I think there are miles to go, but Vadodara has known for its commitment and its sincerity through ages. So I think that more and more people will take such kinds of initiatives, and everybody will contribute its fee. Thank you, Deepak Bhai, for giving me this opportunity. Today is a hectic day, so I'm sorry that I had to join later, but thank you for such a good initiative you have taken. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Collector Madam. Madam, in lighter note, I wish to say on behalf of Sanskar region of Vadodara, anybody search Shalini Agarwal in Google, there are two iconic images. One, commissioner in the boat and in the city because of flood. And second image, collector in front of the oxygen plant and taking care of part. And that's the real sense of administrative service I have seen in my life. That Baroda is fortunate that as a commissioner, sometimes as a collector, but you are there. And yes, as a Samanya Jan, Aam Aadmi, we have noticed this thing in last 1 year. Whenever any emergency is there, today we are talking about the environment of the natural environment, but yes, there is a crisis of oxygen. And as a Barodian, I'm feeling very much proud in front of my all friends staying in a big metro city, even in the Europe as a single minute problem. Hats off to you, madam. Congratulations. Madam, one question for you. Do government support in water harvesting in residential project? Question by Mr. Hiren Shah. For residential project, do government support in water harvesting in residential project?
I think that the models which we have developed for rainwater harvesting, it is too cost effective. Means one model consists of 10,000 to 15,000 rupees. So at least all the industries, all the apartments, all the commercial complexes, all the schools, all the colleges, all to do well of people, they should immediately think about investing into rainwater harvesting. That is the best investment which will pay best interest in future. For poor people, of course, we can think about a scheme, but for others, I think it should be immediately done through those, their self-finances.
Thank you. Because of nowadays very good quantity of water available due to Narmada water pipeline, in many residential projects, people have stopped to use their own bore. The boring is not required. So is there any provision that we can convert that bore into the water harvesting system, or is there any possibility technically? It's a good opportunity.
Now, GPCB has also some restrictions about boring, because then people use it for the reverse boring. But whoever is willing to do rainwater harvesting sincerely, of course, way out can be sorted out in consultation with GPCB. And the design has to be such, like the design which we are making. It does not promote reverse boring. It is in consultation with GPCB. So a model can be worked out, and it can be done easily. There is not an issue.
Okay. And is there any possibility for the, apart from the water harvesting, what you suggest for the general public, specifically for quality of what you say, TDS is high nowadays, and also there are a lot of another pollution problem in the water. So what you suggest to the general people that they should take care?
So first thing I would say that one of the best option is to have rainwater harvesting, because rainwater is the purest form of water, and when you are discharging this water underground, it improves the quality of water. But except rainwater harvesting, again, secondly, we have to use it optimally. We should have some technological interventions for reuse and recycle of wastewater. In foreign countries, every house is using recycled wastewater, which is being converted for the purposes of household purposes. In India, the technology may be costly, but again, as I have talked about, I sat with people like you here in Vadodara who were doing some work, and then we developed a model for villages, which is one of the most difficult things to develop for villages. So such kind of simple cost-effective models for reuse and recycle of wastewater should be developed. I think in societies, in commercial complexes, again, we can have models where the same water can be recycled and can be reused. And again, third most important thing is that everybody has to take water as a precious commodity, like we take gold and silver. We can't afford to waste water as the wastage is being done today. We have taken lots of initiatives in villages to reduce wastage of water, like plugging of taps into the pipes. The taps was continuously flowing, so repairs of those taps. So such kinds of initiatives should be taken everywhere, and our future generation, especially children, they should be made aware about sensible use of water.
Oh, okay. Okay, madam. Thanks a lot. I will not take much more time because I know you are busy, and today everybody is looking for the collector, madam, at Environment Day celebration. At the same time, no doubt, thanks to our system, that lighter mode pandemic situation is nowadays step by step. Hope so. Very soon we will come out. Thank you, madam. And over to Deepak bhai. Deepak bhai.
Thank you very much, madam, for accepting our invitation and delivering an excellent talk. All the people from morning were waiting for collector madam's. There is a shoot up of people viewing our YouTube. See, on Zoom, we have a limit of 100 people, and YouTube, there is an unlimited. So there are a lot of people who has joined on YouTube immediately after you joined and after your video started. So people were waiting for 12 o'clock to happen. And thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation, and it was an eye-opener for everybody. This particular entire presentation is basically recorded, and it will be published on the BMA channel. And those who has missed the lecture, probably they will have an opportunity to listen to your valuable thought and the kind of project that you have done. So thank you very much, and we wish that you keep on supporting Baroda Management Association the way you have supported for this program, and we would like to have you again for some of the programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepak bhai, and wish you a very happy World Environment Day to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you for coming and sparing time out of your busy schedule. Thank you.
So let's moving forward. Our next speaker for the event is Mr. Samir Tule from Paramount Limited. He is an experienced director with a demonstrated history of working in the marketing and advertising industry. Strong professional skill in corporate strategy formulation, air pollution, strategy, waste management, and digitalization. So over to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. But
just a second. I hope I am audible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll start. Welcome to all of you. And since morning we have been listening, Shalini Madam spoke a lot about wastewater recycling and reuse. So I will talk a little bit on how this recycle and reuse can be done. What are the processes involved in achieving recycle and reuse. And since the audience is mixed, some technical, some non-technical.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Samir bhai, there is some issue in the noise, sound.
Okay. Am I okay now?
Now okay. I think is there any other system is running the same Zoom? There's only one.
No, there's only one system running.
Okay, it's all right.
Can you hear? Is it better now?
Yeah, please.
Okay, I think my speaker volume must be high, so I reduced my speaker volume.
Okay, please.
Okay. So now, as I said, I will talk a little bit about how to achieve zero liquid discharge, wastewater recycle and reuse. What are the processes and technologies which are available for that? For that, I'll speak a little bit about my company. We have been involved in the water and wastewater businesses since 62 rather. And we've done a lot of projects for the government as well as the industry. We operate in the area of wastewater treatment, recycle, reuse, and zero liquid discharge. Now, I'll just start introducing you to the various technologies which are available. To begin with, the first is the primary treatment. Now, I'll take it in a very layman language, so it's easy for everybody to appreciate that. Am I audible?
Yeah, sir, you are audible, but there is a noise actually.
Some noise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably, yeah. Is there any speaker is there? You are connected with speaker, additional speaker. Just change the bass level can reduce.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I'll take you through the various technologies. The first portion of the treatment always is the primary treatment. Now I'll just introduce you a little bit on the types of pollutants. Basically, when you start dealing with water, one is the components which are suspended in the water, and others are ones which are dissolved in the water. The ones which are suspended in water are usually removed by gravity separation. So basically, if you allow them to remain still for some time, by its own gravity, the particles will settle down. And then there are various mechanisms through which you go and separate them and remove them. These are a few of these mechanisms which are visible here. This is called a clarifier, this is called a clariflocculator, this is called a solid contact clarifier. These are basically installed in the first stage of the water treatment. And what it does is that you just allow it to still provide a long retention time, so the particles will settle down. And then you see a scraper at the bottom which will try to remove it. And from here at the bottom, these particles are removed. So this is about the simple removal of the particles. Now, when the particles are big enough in size, they settle on their own. The particles are not so big and of small nature. We need to add certain chemicals or coagulants to it, which is done here. You can see in this region. This makes the particle sizes bigger and allows it to settle down, and basically aids the process of settlement more simpler. So this is all about the removal of the solid particles. Dissolved air flotation is again a process of gravity separation, where you, instead of allowing it to settle, you supply the air which floats the particles on the top, and then you remove them from the top. So this is all about the primary separation processes. Whenever you deal with any industrial or any wastewater treatment, the first step you try to do is remove the suspended particles in the matter. And I'll take you to the journey that how we ultimately achieve this water recycle and reuse in the industry. Now, once this suspended particles are removed from the water, the next comes the process of removing the dissolved organics from the water. Now, again, there are a lot of multiple technologies for achieving this, but to make it simple, I'll just explain you that basically what we are trying to do in any of these treatment plants is nothing but to emulate the nature. So even if you don't do anything and leave your water in the river, ultimately the nature is going to take care of it, oxidizes it, and removes the pollutants from it. All the organic matter, ultimately the microbes in the water, they oxidize it and convert it to CO2 and water back. What we do in a treatment plant is basically we try to create these conditions in an artificial environment, in an enclosed environment, so that the process becomes faster and more efficient. However, the process is all natural. So what happens is that the basic process is the activated sludge process, where the microbes are given the required temperature, the air, and the nutrients required for the microbes or the bacteria to grow. And all these technologies, the biological treatment technologies, rotate around the same concept, whereby how you can increase the natural conditions in a more concentrated way, so that the process of oxidation becomes faster and more efficient. So there are various technologies for that. One is, the most common is the activated sludge process. Here the wastewater is fed in and the microbes are freely floating into it, and the air is blown from the bottom, and you allow a certain retention time. As I said, that if you don't do it, it will happen in the river when it goes there. Basic reason why we need to do this in the treatment plant is that when these microbes start oxidizing the organic matter in the water, they start consuming air or oxygen which is there in the water. And when they consume the oxygen from the water, which is very limited because the solubility of air in the water is not very high. So whatever oxygen is there, whose solubility is only 9 milligrams per liter, that starts depleting. And the moment the oxygen in the water is consumed by the bacteria to oxidize the organic matter, the water becomes devoid of oxygen and starts killing the marine life which is present in the river. And that is what we call that makes the water toxic and not livable for the aquatic life. And that is the reason we start doing this process before we discharge the water into the rivers. And all these technologies, again I repeat, are nothing but emulating the nature in the enclosed environment. So here what you see is what we call the activated sludge process. Similarly now, when you want to have more microbes hanging around in the water, do the job faster, we have the MBBR technology, what is called the moving bed biofilm reactor, where you put in artificial plastic media around which the biological films will develop and enhance the processes. The other one which you have is the sequential batch reactor, where you actually first fill in the water, stop, it is called a batch process. So you fill in the water, start the aeration process, and again allow the biomass to settle and remove the water from the top again. And this is called the sequential batch reactor. Now, the other one, what you have is the MDR, which is called the membrane bioreactor. So here what you do is that you have a biological reactor in which you immerse the membranes and suck out the water from there. So the water which comes out of it, it is pure and you don't need to do any other process. From here, if you want to reuse water for gardening purposes or reuse in bathrooms, it can be straightway taken away from here and reused for domestic purposes, but not for drinking. If you see all these technologies, the only difference is in the footprint. This is the large area footprint. What you see is for the activated sludge process. Then came the SBR, which occupies still the smaller footprint. The least one is occupied by the membrane bioreactor. And from here, you can straightway take the water for, as I said, reuse. Now I'll take you to the tertiary treatment technologies, that once your water in the primary stage, you have removed your suspended solids. In the biological treatment of the secondary stage, you have removed the dissolved organics from the wastewater. However, even after that treatment, the water still contains a lot of dissolved solids and dissolved organics which are left out to be treated from the biological treatment, for which then you proceed with the tertiary treatment, where you start removing dissolved solids through the membrane processes. Okay. There are multiple types of membranes, what you call as a microfiltration, ultrafiltration, and the reverse osmosis. It's only that the pore size for all these membranes are different, and depending on what you want to remove, you start selecting the membranes. However, again, the problem with all these membranes is also that this is a process of concentration, and again you are left out after the membrane processes. You are left out with the reject of the membrane, because membranes do the job of concentrating the dissolved salts in the water. And from the other side, I think all of you have seen in the household RO plants that from one side you are getting your clean water, on the other side you are wasting water and putting it in the drain, which is the salty water. The same process works here, even in the industry, when you want to recycle and reuse the wastewater. As I explained, depending on the different pore size, different processes are deployed based on the application. These membranes not only remove the dissolved solids, but also remove the viruses and bacteria from the water. And this water becomes then good enough to be utilized for drinking purposes also. For example, right now in Singapore, they are recycling about 12% of their total water consumption. And it is being used even for drinking purposes there. So these are the kind of technologies available to handle this. However, as I said, after you remove the salts from the water, they are again concentrated, and what do you do with the disposal of that? For which the final solution is then to go for an evaporator. You can have a multi-stage evaporator or a single-stage evaporator, depending on your energy availability. And once this is done, what you get out is basically you have salts on one side and clean water from that again on the other side. And this is how you can achieve the zero liquid discharge, because nowadays in a lot of areas, the government has made it mandatory that you can't discharge anything. So even after companies have treated the wastewater, they cannot discharge the treated wastewater, and that is where people have started adopting these means of treating the wastewater with recycling, reuse, and then finally evaporating the concentrated waste which comes out and achieving the zero liquid discharge. Now, we've done a lot of projects for the industries. I'll just show you one of them. This one is about 24,000 meter cube per hour per day for the Mangalore refinery, where the refinery is letting out its effluent from the process units, and the same water is treated and taken back to the industry. I'll show you the case study of Chennai Petrochemical, which is basically an IOCL company, where we are treating 10,000 meter cube per day wastewater from the refinery, and the water is given back to the refinery, where they, in an ultra pure form, which is fed to the high pressure boiler. And today that refinery does not take any new water. All the DM water for running the boilers of this refinery is derived from treating the wastewater which is let out by the refinery. And this plant is in operation for last 3-4 years. I'll just explain you that if you see the flow scheme, you first have the API, which is basically the oil water separator, because the refinery water which comes out has got lots of oil apart from other pollutants. So the first two stages are the oil water separation, then you have the separation of suspended solids through the dissolved air flotation units. Then we have the biological treatment, which removes the organic matter from it. Then we take the water through the reaction clarifier, which removes the suspended solids. After removal of these suspended solids, the water goes to different filtration steps, which are called the fuel media filters and activated carbon filters. Subsequent to that, we put the water through the ultrafiltration membranes, then the reverse osmosis membranes. There are multiple stages of reverse osmosis which are utilized here. After that is done, we run the water through a mixed bed resin, and the water which comes out is fed to all the high pressure boilers in the refinery. So as on today, for last 3 to 4 years, Chennai Petrochemical, which is using about 400 meter cube per hour, or I would say 10,000 meter cube per day of water in its boiler, is totally derived from the waste water which they let out from their industry, and what they receive back after treatment is about high purity boiler feed water, and about 15% of this water is let out. Since the water does not have very high dissolved salts, we do not take it through the process of evaporation. And so this is all I have to say about the various technologies which are available and being utilized in the industry today for treatment of wastewater and achieving recycle and reuse of this wastewater. Any questions people have, they can ask me. Hello?
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Samir Bhai, for a wonderful technical presentation. Honestly speaking, I know Paramount Pollution since my college time, because Mr. C.C. Sir's son was my best friend, Devang. Devang is your person. But today, many times I discuss in that era about the SCADA and DCS, what are the capacity of designing of paramount pollution control. But just today I get opportunity to see first instance, Samir bhai, the first comment from our own managing committee member, Mr. KG Shah. અરે આ તો બધું અમે અમારા જીઆઈપીસો બધે આ જ બધું ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં અત્યારે લેટેસ્ટમાં એપ્લાય કરીએ છીએ. Then I feel very happy that it's
for SCADA, these wastewater treatment plants are so huge and so complex. In this picture here, I'm just showing you a control room, which is basically a SCADA system operating just the wastewater treatment plant. It has more than 2,000 IOs in the wastewater treatment plants. And this is a picture where you can see a guy who is just operating the control room of the wastewater recycle plant.
Okay.
These plants are as huge and as complex as any chemical process plants.
Oh, right.
Since SCADA, I just wanted to show you that this is a SCADA system.
Yeah, please. Please.
Behind are all the panels.
Yes. Yes, and one very good question from our managing committee member, very senior member, Mr. Udham Singh. As in case of the solar energy, it is now available for household, small township, etc. So is any technology made for the wastewater treatment for the colony or small township level or any possibility?
Yeah. There are lots of technologies available, and there are a lot of small modularized plants available, which can be fitted in small colonies also. So that's not a problem. The only problem people are facing right now with that is that those are also all basically biological processes, and it does require some attention when the plant is installed. And these bacteria are like very emotional people. If you don't manage them well, they feel bad and stop working. So there are technologies, there are people who are installing this because in the new areas, even in Vadodara, where the municipality has not been able to provide with sewage treatment plants, it's made compulsory by RERA that unless you have a small sewage treatment plant in your own complex, they are not giving permissions for the builders to construct apartments or colonies. So right, as I said, in Baroda, this has already started, and a lot of people have put up these small sewage treatment plants, which basically work on biological treatment. And if they want to reuse for gardening, they also use those membrane bioreactors, where they suck out the water from the bioreactor and the water is used for gardening purposes.
Right. So what is your opinion about, apart from this technology, the sewage treatment plant and reuse water for the gardening or farmer in agriculture also? Because sometimes back, almost 5 to 7 years back, we have organized one session in Baroda regarding this project from the Punjab. One Baba has visited, and they clean the Kali River, which is very known in the Sikh community. And I think there is a lot of opportunity if we use this sewage treatment water for the agriculture part. That's the one thing. And what is your message to the society, specifically industry side? Because in pandemic situation, everybody is looking after some solution for the industries for air pollution part. And definitely once monsoon will start, people will think about the water this part. બહુ ગુજરાતીમાં કહું ને સમીરભાઈ, બહુ જ મોટા પ્રોજેક્ટ, જાયન્ટ પ્રોજેક્ટ, ચેલેન્જિંગ ટાસ્ક વાળા તો તમે બહુ કર્યા, પણ નાના township, residential, that part, what they should do?
I think they can basically, it's a question of the will at the society level, because there is no dearth of technologies available. It's only a question of last 10-15 years, what we are observing is that even at this society level or a community level, since the government has made it mandatory, people are also installing these sewage treatment plants on a smaller scale. But what is lacking is the right operation of these plants. because generally then they tend to deploy their watchmen to run this sewage treatment plant. Then the watchman is going to run your sewage treatment plant on a daily basis. So basically, if they bring little commitment, there are a lot of producers of such small plants in the market. There are a lot of suppliers who are giving these plants. But the only thing now lacking is the right operation by the people who have installed this plant. And I think if that last mile is achieved, we are through. So as far as technologies are concerned, everything is available. These technologies have become competitive also. So price-wise, they are affordable. But still, somebody needs to, even if they deploy some man who can come 2 hours in a week, or that is more than enough to look at that plant. But invariably, what happens is that the watchman is the owner of that plant who runs it, and so that's how then you don't get those results which should be achieved. So I think I don't see any issues in achieving the targets of getting clean water out of the small community treatment plants.
Okay. Okay, Samir bhai.
Talked about recycling sewage. I think for last 5-7 years, a lot of municipalities have made it mandatory, and the government is also a part of it, whereby for the new power plants which have come up recently in the last 5-7 years in Mumbai and all these areas, the municipalities have not given them any clean water source. They were asked to pick up the raw sewage which the municipality is supposed to treat and then take it up further. So the power plants have landed up treating the sewage, building a sewage treatment plant and reusing that water in the power plant. So that has also happened a lot in the last 4 to 5 years.
Okay. Thank you, Samir bhai, for a wonderful presentation. And on behalf of BMM, also I thank Deepak bhai કે રોશની કોમ્પ્યુટર આજે રોશની બરાબર જગ્યાએ લગાડી છે. એક BMM ના પ્લેટફોર્મ ઉપર generally we invited many big personality from multinational company, but these are the opportunity that we proudly say that one technical job. So over to our managing committee member Sharad bhai.
Yeah, Samir bhai, it's a very nice learning session on this environmental day, and what I believe that in this today chapter where our Madam Collector has given a hand holding, and she is doing a lot of work on this exercise, water harvesting to the different PP models. So I hope that you can very well utilize this Baroda Municipal Corporation as well as a team of collector office to spread these types of a technology, and utilize for the general cause of the environment. So with this platform, we would place our heartful thanks for your very knowledgeable session for all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you, sir. So now moving forward for the next speaker of the event is Bhavesh Mehta. He is a mechanical engineer by profession, working in Reliance Industries Limited as Deputy General Manager. Engineer design since last 12 years in MEP, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. Design team for retail chain across India. Total work experience is more than 25 years and worked in COS like Blue Star Limited, Voltas Limited, and LG Electronic India Private Limited in different positions. So now request Bhavesh Mehta, sir. Sir, over to you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much, Deepak bhai, for inviting me in this the glorious celebration of World Environmental Day under Vadodara Management Association, BMA, there is Baroda Management Association. And I feel privileged, I feel proud to be a session where Collector Vadodara and the stalwarts of the industry from Baroda are sharing their dais. So can you share my screen, Deepak bhai?
Yes, sir.
I sent a PPT to Deepak bhai, my presentation PDF. Yeah, thank you. So let me say like that, the topic of today is the environment protection and environment conservation. And today, okay, first of all, let me talk about Indian Green Building Congress and CII. CII IGBC is the non-profit organization where we promote the concept of green and sustainability, and we all are working voluntarily. I am the part of the core committee member of the CII IGBC Mumbai chapter. We also have a chapter in Vadodara. Of course, that we'll talk at a later time. So the activity of the CII IGBC is to certify the building as a green and sustainable. The ultimate idea is to provide the healthy living to the end users. Let me use the word called end user, because a lot of developers nowadays, they've started constructing the green building under the certification from CII IGBC. The different type of certification is normal certification, then silver rating, platinum rating, gold rating, and now we are coming up with the net zero building. You know, the thorough concept of net zero building has also come up, and our own CII IGBC headquarter at Hyderabad is the first net zero building where it doesn't, on the contrary, it gives energy to the grid. So it produces the energy using the solar panel, and it gives the energy back to the industry, back to the government of Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. I am given a 25 minutes. I am sure I'll be able to finish my session in the given time. So I will start my presentation. Like I first salute the collector of Vadodara for encouraging and initiating this the topic, the concept of rainwater harvesting and a solar panel. Because I think I congratulate Baroda and Barodians for the first ever city in India to implement this type of concept, and ultimately, as Madam says, within certain month, it will be every house in the talukas will be 100% with a tap. So again, a big congratulations and big round of applause to the entire team of Baroda Municipal Corporation and etc. Now the topic is environmental protection, and when we talk about environment, the water will come in front of us. Pani, of course, I am also Gujarati. એટલે પાણી આપણા નજરમાં પહેલા આવે છે. How to save the water, how to conserve the water. So of course, Samir bhai and even Ramchandani Saab and even Mitra Saab, Dr. Mitra Saab, they have given a fantastic presentation. So I will also, my presentation is also not that much technical, but of course, what CII, IGBC, and what are the ways to conserve the water. Okay, Samir bhai has given a fantastic presentation on the membrane technology. Okay, primary, secondary, tertiary. It is the latest technology, tertiary membrane, which is implemented by many of the corporates, and nowadays it is must. Can you shift the next slide? Yeah, so if you read in the newspapers, like what Madam says in Baroda some years back, it was a flooded city, was flooded, submerged in the water. So it's the situation going to happen if we will not understand, if we will not take care of the situation which is not under our control. Heavy rain, you can see, you see in the newspaper, heavy rains torn in the coastal Tamil Nadu and all. So these all are the things and which we have to address this type of calamities which is going in front of us. Next. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about the world's water. 70% of the earth is covered with the water. You all are aware of that. Okay, next. Next, now, where is the fresh water? Okay, the world water 97.5. You must be surprised that 97.5% of water in the world, in the ocean, is a salty water. You cannot drink it. Okay, and what is the surface water? The fresh water is 2.5%. If you see the statistics of the entire water system across the globe, and the world fresh water, if you see, 69% the glacier. Only surface water of 0.4% can only potable water, or you can say we can use that much amount of water, because some of the water which we cannot use, glaciers are already there. You must be seeing, because of the earth temperature is rising, the glaciers are also melting. So today we have only 0.4% of the total earth water which can be usable. I can use the word usable. Aapne vapri shakai. Next. Next. Yeah. So this is the global scenario. The total surface water is 42,809 BCM. Okay, and see the scenario. India is a utilization of fresh water is only 1446. So only 3.33% of water India is using. So this is the statistics which is made by Confederation of Indian Industries. Okay, next. Yeah. So what is the national, we are in India, so what is the national statistics about the water? 17.5% of the world population in India and 3.3% of water resources. See the statistics. What is the scenario? We have 12 major rivers in India. We have 4,000 BCM of water available and 1123 BCM utilization. So this is the statistics. Of course, we have the glaciers of numbers of glaciers are given over here. What is the glaciated area? And what is India is lucky enough to have the coastal surface. We have a coastal ecosystems. We have many of the states in India which is connected to the sea coastal area. So what I say, 35% of the population lives within the 100 kilometers of the coast. Next. Yeah. So water demand and supply. Now I am coming here with the what is the demand and supply of the metro cities in India. If you see the table which is shown over here, the ratio of demand and supply to 90% of demand. Okay, it means that we are starving. These places are starving for the water. If you see all the cities, major cities in India like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta, Bangalore, and Hyderabad. So what is, you see the shortage of water. Maximum shortage you can find in Calcutta. Minimum shortage you find in Delhi. So this is what the statistics of Indian. This is by the Meteorological Department, and of course CII, IGBC has made this calculation earlier. Next. Now here we are going to talk about water demand and supply again. So overall demand is expected to exceed supply by, see, population is increasing, rising in India. And if you really see, many rivers are going to be converted into the like dams and or barrages and or like in Ahmedabad, Sabarmati River, you have a riverfront. So you are basically reducing the width of the river. You are restricting the river. So there are even many places where the rivers are major concern, like in Mumbai. There is a Mithi River. You must be aware, many of you must have visited Mumbai regularly. So if you see the Mithi River is one of the most polluted river. How? Because there are lots of activities which is happening at the bank of the river in Kurla, or you can see in Bandra, or you can see in other initial part of the river. So the demand of the water demand and supply, which is already mentioned over here. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So you must be aware about the National Building Code. Okay, now I'm coming to little technical. So as per the National Building Code 2016 NBC, the requirement of water, it is already mentioned in the building code, and every developer, every builder has to make a makeup water tank or a service tank should be in line with the quantity of water required per person. Like this is the table which is a part of the National Building Code, which is published by Government of India, Ministry of Environment. So here, if you see the offices for example, offices area, you require 25 liters per head of water and flushing. So if you see in any house, in any offices, you require domestic water, you require water for flushing, you require water for lot of activities. These are the two major activities. And if you are a complex, then definitely you require the water for the horticulture, your gardening, your air conditioning. If you have a water cooled air conditioning system, you require a you require a makeup water for the cooling tower. So ultimately there are certain norms which is given by Ministry of Environment and Forest, under which NBC 2016 has to be mandatory, has to followed by each and every builder or a developer beyond a certain square feet of area, certain square feet of carpet area, certain square feet of plot area, which is a part of the National Building Code. Next one. Yeah. So now we should have 3R approach. One is a recharge. So there is rainwater harvesting, a good initiative by again Collector of Vadodara, and she told it's a phenomenal work which has been done by her. You reduce the water. See nowadays the water which has been consumed in a washroom, in a toilets, in a kitchen. So these are the main 3 areas where we consume the water. Now it is a mandatory. Now there is an aerator. Of course, I have a demo of aerator, but because of this video, because of some reason, I think I could not play the video. But ultimately, nowadays, as per the norms, as per the ministry, as per the NBC also, there are the low water fixtures are also available. And even when you apply for the certification of your building for the green building, you should have low water fixture. આપણે 5-star હોટલમાં ગયા હશું કે સ્ટેશન પર ગયા હશું કે બિગ મોલમાં ગયા હશું, ત્યારે આપણે જ્યારે ટોયલેટમાં જઈએ ત્યારે 2 સ્ટેપ હશે પાણીના, બરાબર છે? તો ફર્સ્ટ સ્ટેપ will give a lower amount of water, lower quantity of water when you go for the urinals, and when you go for the toilet, બીજી એની બાજુમાં જે ફ્લશ હશે, જે પોઈન્ટ હશે, you need to press that and it will give you more amount of water. It means that on need base, you need to flush the water so that at least you can also there save the water by way of the application which you are going to do. And the third thing is reuse. Use of treated wastewater. Tuli Saab, Samir Bhai has given a nice presentation on reuse of water by having a membrane technology. Okay, there are lots of way of reusing the water. That definitely some more other thing will come in my subsequent slides. But the ultimate idea is 3R. Everyone has to implement the concept of recharge. Now there are states like Tamil Nadu, there is a mandatory, every house should have rainwater harvesting, because Tamil Nadu has got a lot of water problem. So Tamil Nadu na state ma Jayalalitha madam, when she was the chief minister, it was a mandatory by government કે તમને ઘરની પરમિશન, બીયુ પરમિશન કે રહેવાની પરમિશન ત્યારે જ મળે કે જ્યારે તમારા ઘરમાં રેન વોટર હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ લગાવેલું હોય, and it has to be validated by the state official. Before giving permission, somebody is coming to your house, the official from government of Tamil Nadu, he or she verifies, then only the permission will be given for a person to occupy the house. Reuse તો આપણે હમણાં વાત કરી, reduce ની વાત કરી આપણે, double lower flow fixtures has to be there. Aerator technology is already promoted nowadays, day by day it's promoting a more. આપણે ઘરમાં બી તમે નળમાં તમે ઘણા લોકોએ લગાવેલું હશે, નળના જે નીચેનો જે એનો જે માઉથ હશે, એ માઉથમાં એક એટેચમેન્ટ લગાવવાની આવે છે. when you put that attachment, you can definitely reduce the amount of water for your cleaning of your utensil. આપણે ઘણીવાર જોઈએ છે, આપણે જોયું બી હશે આપણા ઘરમાં કે જ્યારે કામ કરવા માટે જ્યારે મેડ આવે છે કામ કરવા કચરા વાસણ ઉટોકા માટે ખાસ તો એ વાસણ ધોતા ધોતા નળ ચાલુ જ રાખે છે, બરાબર. ધીસ ઇઝ અ હ્યુમન ટેન્ડન્સી. ઇવન મારે બી ઘણી વાર કેવું પડે મારા ઘરે બી જ્યારે આવે મેડ જ્યારે કે ભાઈ તમે નળ બંધ કરો, પાણી આપણે શું કામ વેસ્ટ કરીએ છીએ. સો વી શુડ એવોઇડ સચ ટાઈપ ઓફ થિંગ વિચ ઇઝ હેપનિંગ કે ભાઈ તમે વાસણ ધોતા હો ઉટકતા હો ત્યારે યુ શુડ ટ્રાય ટુ ઓપ્ટિમાઇઝ. આઈ એમ નોટ સેઇંગ કોમ્પ્રોમાઇઝ ધ વોટર, but I am saying optimize the usage of water when you are washing. આપણે જ્યારે શેવ કરતા હોઈએ નોર્મલ શું હોય છે ટેન્ડન્સી, નળ ચાલુ હોય, આપણે શેવ કરીએ જ્યાં સુધી પૂરું ના થાય શેવિંગ ત્યાં સુધી નળ ચાલુ જ હોય. નો, એટલીસ્ટ વી શુડ ધેર ઓલ્સો વી કેન ચેરિટી સ્ટાર્ટ ફ્રોમ હોમ. આપણામાં કહેવત છે ને કે પહેલું શું આપણે જાતે આપણા ઘરમાં જ જ્યારે આપણે ઇમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરીશું ત્યારે આપણે લોકોને કહી શકીશું આપણે, બરાબર છે. સો ધીસ ઇઝ વોટ ઇટ ઇઝ. સો to enhance the groundwater table and reduce municipal water demand through effective RWH. Vadodara has a big pride for this rainwater harvesting implemented in the entire district of Vadodara. Design rainwater harvesting system to capture at least one day rainfall. આપણે રેનવોટર હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ ની જ્યારે આપણે ડિઝાઇન કરીએ ત્યારે આપણે એક દિવસનો રેનફોલ લેવો પડે આપણે, અને એકોર્ડિંગલી વી કેન ડિઝાઇન ધ સાઇઝ ઓફ ધ પાઇપ. એ આપણે બીજા નેક્સ્ટ સ્લાઇડમાં આવશે પાછળ. સો to design the rainwater harvesting system is also a calculation. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so what is the criteria? The criteria to arrive a one day rainfall as per IGBC. IGBC is Indian Green Building Council, okay, which is the autonomous body government of India and which is directly connected to PMO. Okay, so આપણે જ્યારે એવરેજ રેનફોલ આપણે જ્યારે હોય દરેક ગુજરાતના દરેક ભારતના દરેક જગ્યાએ અલગ અલગ રેનફોલ હશે. There are different rainfall in different city of the country. So you have to see what is the rainfall of your city, your area. Accordingly, you have to work out the average peak monthly rainfall, and then accordingly you have to decide the total to design the rainwater harvesting system. So આમાં તમે જેટલો વરસાદ વધારે હશે એટલું તમારે એ પ્રમાણે તમારું વન ડે રેનફોલ નું જે છે એ તમારે કેલ્ક્યુલેશન આવશે આખું. સો હાયર ધ રેનફોલ લોવર ધ હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ વોલ્યુમ. કારણ કે જ્યારે વરસાદ વધારે હોય ત્યારે આપણે હાર્વેસ્ટિંગ ઓછું કરવું પડે. વરસાદ ઓછો હશે, when the rainfall is less in the area, you need to have a more rainwater harvesting so that you can use that water 12 months in a year. Okay, આપણે પાણી આપણે વાપરી શકીએ છીએ. So next slide. Yeah, so this is the now you are going to see the typical runoff surface. Runoff surface means જ્યારે આપણે વરસાદનું પાણી ધાબા ઉપર પડે કે છજા પર પડે કે નાલામાં પડે, બરાબર છે. સો these are the typical runoff surfaces કે આટલી જગ્યાએ વરસાદનું પાણી પડે અને ultimately it carry overs to the last location. Like આપણે ધાબામાં પાણી પડતું હોય તો ગટરમાં નીચે આવે, ધીરે ધીરે પાણી વહી અને may go to some gutter, some nala, and ultimately ઘણીવાર નદીમાં આવી જતું રહે પાણી. અને મુંબઈ જેવા કેસમાં પાણી દરિયામાં જતું રહે છે, બરાબર છે. મુંબઈનું જે વરસાદ પડે છે, whatever the rainfall in Mumbai, it is the major amount of water which goes to the Arabian Sea. બાજુમાં જતું રહે છે, બરાબર છે. So this is what it is. Next slide. Now here, now every surface has got a typical runoff coefficient for a calculation of rainwater harvesting, a volume of rainwater which is going to come or which is going to collect into that particular surface. Cemented surface છે, garden, roof garden છે, turf છે. So there are different type of surfaces which is available normally, which has got a different runoff coefficient. So there is a simple formula for calculation of what is the runoff volume of rainwater in your city, in your terrace, in your roof. Runoff volume is surface area. What is the surface area of the roof or surface area of the collection of the rainwater multiplied by runoff coefficient which is given over here, multiplied by rainfall. તમારા ગામમાં કેટલો રેનફોલ થાય છે, what is the runoff coefficient on the base of the calculation, the table which is given over there, and runoff volume એ તમને ગણતરીમાં આવી જશે. This is a simple formula. There is not a rocket science in calculating the runoff volume કે તમારા ઘરમાં કે તમારા ધાબા પર કેટલું પાણી ભેગું થશે, બરાબર છે. So this is a clear calculation which we as a Indian Green Building IGBC we always promote, because this is also part of the credits. When you do the rainwater harvesting with certain calculations which is been validated by the IGBC official, you will get certain credits. Your building if you are applying for the platinum rating, if you are applying for the silver rating, if you're applying for the gold rating, there are certain credits which you need to have. Okay, so this is one of the credit which you can get, you can earn. This is a point you can earn by way of doing the activities in your premises and with certain calculation. Next. So what is the next? Yeah, so what is the rainwater harvesting strategies? Okay, rainwater harvesting, you have to collect the water, collect the rainwater. Collection pond hase ઘરની આજુબાજુમાં આપણે જે હમણાં વાત કરી, what we talk about, it will collect it into certain pond, or you have a certain your storage tank. So if you see the picture, the left hand side picture which shows the collection pond, the second picture, second left is a small black color tank which is near to your house. So whatever rainwater is there, you can collect it in a storage tank. If you go to right side, it's a percolating rainwater to the ground. So when there is no house, there is no such type of arrangement which is shown on the left side. On the right side, there is you can also construct a percolation pit. There is a percolation pit which is made for the rainwater harvesting. You can collect to the borewell also. આપણા ઘરમાં borewell હશે ને, જ્યારે borewell ની અંદર આપણે જ્યારે આ જે collection pit માંથી પાણી આપણે મોકલીશું, આપણે when we send that water to the borewell area, it will ultimately increase the water level at your area, at your house, near your house. એટલે ultimately when you have when the rainwater is going to be there, this is also one of the normal concept where you can collect to the borewell surface. Borewell, જ્યાં તમારો borewell હશે ત્યાં તમે પાણીને લાવશો, એટલે જેથી you can increase the rainwater level or water level to near to your house. Next. Yeah, so what are the rainwater harvesting structure? This is a basic structure which is shown over here, where we have done, IGBC have done in ONGC Dehradun. So this is the way how they are collecting the water, what they are doing. Even on the street road, on the colony road, they have created a canal, they have created a connected with the drain. So ONGC, entire ONGC premises in Dehradun, whatever the amount of water, rainwater is there, it will be collected via this canal to one of the rainwater harvesting pit. The big pit is there in Dehradun, in that particular ONGC complex. So this is also one of the way. In Del Coimbatore, they have a storage chamber. So this is the way they have done. Okay. Then if you see the next slide, enhance the efficiency of plumbing fixture thereby. So this is a fixture. You can control the amount of water by providing aerator to your shower, aerator to your tap, aerator to your even in a washroom also, as I said earlier, you have dual fixtures, 2 level fixtures are there. Next slide. Yeah, so these are the water efficient fixtures which I said. The left hand side is the conventional fixtures જે આપણા ઘરમાં હશે, and right hand side is the low flow fixture. See, the intensity of water is not going to change, but definitely the quantity of water will going to change by using low flow fixtures. Okay, next. Yeah, so what are the water efficient fixtures? It was the baseline as per the National Building Code. Again, as per the Uniform Plumbing Code 2008 of India, and also connected with National Building Code, your water closets, your urinal closet, the amount of water which can be used in this particular application is also calculated by the Indian Plumbing Code, Indian Plumbing Association, that this much amount of water maximum you can use. So this is the duration. Single flush માં કેટલું પાણી જશે, dual flush માં કેટલું પાણી જશે, એ બધી એ લોકોએ they have given all the data in the National Building Code and in the Indian in Uniform UPC 2008. So this is what these are the norms given by Government of India, which every developer, every builder, every owner has to follow strictly. Next. Yeah, so water efficient fixtures. Okay, so now water efficient fixtures, definitely what I talk about, low aerator mein hamna baat kari main, low aerator, then dual flush systems like in a toilet. See, you can see the arrow on the right side picture that there are 2 different stages are there. The first stage will be have a lower amount of water, the second stage will have a higher amount of water. So this is the way here there is an aerator demo, but it cannot be shown because the video is not connected over here. Okay, so you go to next slide.
Okay.
Yeah. So next slide. Yeah, so here you must have seen in a lot of cinemas and again malls and all, there are waterless urinals. Okay, there is a technology which has come. Of course, this is already popular in a developed country, but in a developing country like India, they have also implemented at a lot of places where waterless urinals are there. So this is also one of the way to conserve the water, to reduce the use of water, where waterless urinals are there. So you don't need any water for the urinals. So these are the if you see the cross section of that water urinals, it is shown over there how the system is there, and which will not create any odor, because in urinal there is always a question, there is a problem of the odor. So here, using this concept by way of this EcoTrap, and it's a standard urinal which is made by a lot of reputed companies, and it is already implemented at a lot of people, lot of society, lot of cinemas or malls and something like that. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah, this is also the same waterless urinals. How key was, so this is a internal technology, internal arrangement of the waterless urinals, ultimately to avoid the odor. Next. Yeah, landscape design. So designing landscape is very important, and with minimum water consumption. It's very important, because when you have the garden, when you have a landscape in your house, in your colony, in your society, you have to have a optimization of water usage, even though you have a plenty of water available from nearby sources, but we should think like using optimum water. So this is the session, this is the slides which is going to talk about the landscape design, how to design the landscape with optimization of water quantity. Next. Yeah, so these are certain trees which consume lower amount of water. You can see cactus, you can see Enza dicta indica, then you can see pinus and all. So there are three different type of landscape design you can do, where you have a original native tree, what is shown over there. Then you have a drought tolerant, where you have a drought like a desert, Kachran and all, and where you have a amount of water, you can adaptive tree like pinus. Okay, so these are the examples of the tree which you can be you can plant at different areas depending on the water availability. Next. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so how to manage the irrigation system? Again, here is the water conservation. Suppose there is a big garden, you have a big lawn in the garden. So how to conserve the water? Of course, now we all are aware of this particular irrigation system, which reduce the water demand for irrigation through water efficient management system, like central certified. You can provide soil moisture. Even nowadays, we have seen how much amount of moisture which is available in the soil. On their basis, the amount of water to be poured, like time-based control. You see, soil moisture sensor and time-based control is also provided at many places, because there also it is ultimate what is requirement. We should optimize the usage of water. We don't want to waste the water. Then you segregate the landscape area based on the water needs. Very important. Some of the plants need more water, some of the plant needs less water. So we should not mix up such type of landscaping with both type of trees, so that you have to segregate both type of plants in such a way that amount of water on the basis of the amount of water requirement for your application. Drip irrigation is very popular, and any other innovative methods you can very well, you must be implementing a lot of irrigation method other than these also. Next. So this is the water efficient irrigation system. Sprinkler, sprinkler system in the garden. You must have seen the sprinkler system. There's a mechanical sprinkler, there's an automatic spray system, and the drip irrigation also nowadays very popular. Soaker and micro misting. Micro misting is very important, and micro misting is very effective also, which optimize the use of water. Soaker hoses also you must have seen, where if you see the picture, the right picture, which is showing about the soaker hoses. Okay, and micro misting is also mentioned over there. Next one. Yeah, wastewater treatment and reuse. I think Tuli Saab has given a very detailed presentation on wastewater treatment. So ultimately, I will brief you about what I'm going to talk about. It's a treat. You have to treat the water waste generated on the site, avoid polluting the receiving stream by the safe disposal, and use treated wastewater to reduce the dependence on a potable water. So recycle and reuse the water is the ultimate mission, ultimate aim of to optimize the water consumption. Next. Yeah. So wastewater treatment, again, there are different types of methods for wastewater treatment and use. One is the compliance operation. There is installed on-site treatment plant system to handle 100% wastewater generating in a building. Like quality standards should be complied with CPCB. CPCB or water pollution control boards are very much important. We have to strictly follow the quality standards given by CPCB, or even National Green Tribunal also partially playing a role in this type of water, the compliance for this application. Next. Yeah. So wastewater treatment strategies. What are the strategies of wastewater treatment? You have a biological treatment like phytoremediation system is one of the best system which I have seen in Hyderabad, and one is a root zone. See the picture which is mentioned over there. And one is the mechanical treatment. Mechanical treatment, every factories or manufacturing units are having the mechanical treatment by primary treatment, secondary treatment, tertiary treatment. So these are the two ways of wastewater treatment. Can you go to the next slide? See, phytoremediation is a very nice technology, of course, but it requires a good amount of space for that. But the investment is very low. If you see, and there is no operating cost. It is just you have to have a slope. The water which is going at the discharge side, you require a certain slope, and to make a certain trench. And upar dekho, aap upar joso tame to upar bada trees wavela. If you see the left hand side picture, હૈદરાબાદ નું જે ગોદરેજ નું જે સેન્ટર જે છે એમાં આ સિસ્ટમ લગાવેલી છે. સી ડાબી હાથે જે આખું જે પોન્ડ આખું પેલું એક આખો ક્યારો બનાવેલો છે, there you have a plant over there, but you know, if you see the bottom side, there is a trench, and the roots of that particular small plant will suck all these impurities and all, and it will grow. So એ જે પાણીમાં જે બધો કચરો છે એનાથી આખા trees બધા grow થાય છે. So there is no odor. See, there is no odor also. And what is the investment? Nothing. And payback is 3 to 5 years. And this is a live demonstrated in Hyderabad, the Green Building Center, CII Sorabji Center. If you see the right hand side, the Commissioner of Hyderabad also, he has the phytoremediation system where you cannot see the water which is passing below the earth. But this is the result. एक तो green, you can have a green plants on that particular trench which has been made over there, and it's a double use. Next. So this is the phytoremediation system which is detailed. See, there's an influence. See the cross section of that. The cross section जो तो ऊपर जे વૃક્ષો વાવેલા છે અને નીચેથી see the flow of this particular water which is going out. So water level you have to maintain. So this is there is no cost as such. If you see, એકવાર તમે install કરી દો તમે, but then there is no cost. But it requires a little bit more space for that. The only constraint is that you require some more space. That's all. Next. So these are the on-site STPs which I have seen, and Tuli Saab is the master in that this type of application. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so use treated wastewater for landscaping, flushing, and cooling tower. Water cooled system, air conditioning system require a huge amount of water for makeup of the cooling tower. So treated water, and as per the Ministry of Environmental and Forest, when you go for the MOEF approval of your building, of your premises, what they says, the treated water, the treated wastewater should be utilized first for the flushing, second for the horticulture, and jo pani vade, then only you can use for the air conditioning system. Okay, we in Reliance we have almost all the plants are water cooled plants because it is most energy efficient in Reliance. In where I sit in Navi Mumbai at Reliance Corporate Park, Navi Mumbai, we have 30,000 tons of water cooled air conditioning plant, because whatever water, we have 25,000 employees sitting in our premises, and whatever water we are consuming, we are recycling the water. Of course, we have a zero discharge. We have a zero discharge, and we are proud that we are not throwing any water to the nalas. Okay. જેટલું પાણી જેટલો કચરો બહાર આવે છે જમવા એટલે whatever impurities, whatever scrap, whatever things are coming, yield coming out from that, we recycle it and we make a fertilizer. Okay, so this is what we do in Reliance Corporate Park in our own premises. The first flushing is very important because we have a dual piping system. Okay, dual piping system. There are certain water which you cannot touch. See, this is of course a big concept. Maybe I will take 2 minutes for this. See, you have a house. You have a water coming out from the kitchen, wastewater. You have a water coming out from your urinals and a toilet. Now, when you recycle the water, when we recycle the water, we are not mixing both the water. Water coming out from the toilet is a separately recycled. Water coming out. Am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Perfect, sir.
Yeah.
Perfect
So,
flow.
yeah, thank you very much. So this type of arrangement is, I feel, generally possible in a bigger size of the plot. Now, when we see it, it is a 65-acre land, and the air conditioned area is a 1 crore square feet in our own premises. So we have double piping, dual piping. What we can do, what system we have, the water coming out from your kitchen and toilets are recycled separately, because that recycled water, there are certain amount of water which a person cannot touch. Toilet water તમે recycle કરો તો પછી you cannot touch. You will not feel to touch that. બરાબર છે? એટલે જ્યારે toilet flushing માં whatever the water which you not required to touch, it directly goes to the toilet for flushing. Correct? And the third one is, if I have an excess water, I can use that water for the cooling tower makeup. Air conditioning system require huge amount of water. So the last we can use for the cooling tower. Next. So this is very important. Of course, in India we don't have the water metering. Okay, but nowadays many of the areas are thinking for the metering of the water. આપણને પાણી ફ્રીમાં મળે છે એટલે આપણે we are using the water as and when we required and the amount we required. ઘણીવાર નળ ખુલ્લા હોય, પાણીમાં લીક, નળમાં લીક થતું હોય, પાઇપો લીક થતી હોય, but we don't bother about that. But now even in Mumbai also, one of the developer have started कि તમને જેટલું પાણી આપીશું ને, we will meter the water. Okay, when you meter the water, definitely you will start thinking about કે હું પાણી વધારે વાપરીશ તો મારે બિલ વધારે આવશે. Like energy, like light નું બિલ તમને મીટર હોય છે આપણા ઘરમાં, એટલે આપણે શાંતિથી બહુ ઓપ્ટિમાઇઝ કરીએ છીએ લાઇટ નો યુઝ, ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી નો યુઝ. બરાબર છે? But when the water metering is also going to start, I don't know, the days are not far, but when the metering of water will be start, I am sure that automatically પાણીની ઉપયોગ છે 70% થઈ જવાનો. So we have to encourage the sub-metering to improve the water performance of the building and save potable water. This is what the idea behind this. Next. Yeah, building level metering. Again, further to the municipal water supply, borewell water consumption, treated water. So nowadays, even many of the societies nowadays, BMCs or local government, local authorities also, they have started water metering. So I think we have to pay water charges also, but it is very minimal. Even from BMC or Mumbai Municipal, or or from BMC, Vadodara Municipal Corporation, they are charging water charges, but it is very minimal. I don't know, they are charging fantastic charges just for the sake of कि चलो आपको इतना पैसा मीटर भरना है. I don't know how the metering is there in Vadodara, but Mumbai is there. We have to pay water charges. So any source of water consumption, this is what it is. BMC, municipal supply, borewell water, treated water, water consumption, etc. Next. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so I think I have done this. Thank you very much for listening me, and I'm really proud. Thanks to Deepak, my friend. Actually, we are school friends. Okay, so thanks to Deepak for this invite to me under the August Dias, and of course, Collector Saab Madam has given a fantastic presentation. Of course, we have I mean, I would like to share the CII IGBC has a chapter in Vadodara. Okay. So we and a lot of green buildings are there, and we can organize a session. Of course, today was an environment, and I was thinking, let me pick the subject of the water and the water conservation. So we have also a session on a green building, green and sustainable building, healthy living. The concept is healthy living. So I mean, we are open to any type of support also to anybody who required. And IGBC has an AP, accredited professional. Just like to share, IGBC accredited professional. Anybody can apply for that exam. And any architect, especially architects and engineers, are very much appreciated, and they can also undergo for this exam of IGBC AP, and they can become accredited professional from IGBC. So this is what I would like to share to you, and thank you once again. Any questions for this?
Yeah, Mr. Bhavesh Mehta, Bhavesh bhai, very many thanks. Sir, bhau light question છે. How much time we should require to understand your presentation in depth? Because the way you have presented, one slide is a one subject, and the excellent in-depth knowledge, whatever I heard from Deepak bhai about you, yeah, that's the hats off to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent presentation, sir. Thanks that we got opportunity to organize live streaming on the YouTube. We all technocrats, specifically at BMA, and our friends will definitely again and again we will refer your presentation. There are many learning lessons. At last,
just to add, sorry to interrupt, just to add, I am also well connected to Vadodara because Vadodara, what is my work profile in Reliance? I am the part of the team, or rather heading the team, who designs the services for the supermarket and hypermarket. Okay. So તમારા વડોદરામાં જેટલા રિલાયન્સ ફ્રેશ, રિલાયન્સ ડિજિટલ, તમારા જે એમ્સ વડોદરાનો જે સુપરમાર્કેટ છે મોટો, તમારા આપણે IPCL માં રિલાયન્સનો મોટો સ્ટોર છે, આ બધા જેટલા સ્ટોર્સ છે એ બધા સ્ટોર્સ અલ્ટિમેટલી ઇટ કમ્સ અંડર માય જ્યુરિસ્ડિક્શન. અને હું ઘણીવાર વડોદરા આવી ગયેલો છું, અને આઈ એમ શ્યોર કે આ પેન્ડેમિક પૂરું થઈ જશે ત્યારે વી કેન મીટ ફિઝિકલી, એન્ડ આઈ વિલ ડેફિનેટલી happy to see each and every one of you who are presented into this session. Of course, Deepak ne તમારે રેગ્યુલર મળવાનું થાય છે, હું આવું છું વડોદરા ત્યારે, but I'll be happy to meet the team of BMA. Okay.
Sir, તમારી આઈડેન્ટિટી તમે આપી દીધી જ્યારે બરોડાને વડોદરા કીધું એમાં. બરોડાને વડોદરા કીધું એટલે અમે સમજી ગયા આગળ.
યસ સર, વડોદરા મારું સાસરું છે.
ઓહો સર, એક નાનો અમથો ક્વેશ્ચન છે.
બોલો.
કે धरती को तो हम माँ बोलते, लेकिन धरती माँ तो बारिश का पानी लेने के लिए तैयार है.
करेक्ट.
और वापस देने के लिए भी तैयार है.
यस.
लेकिन प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पे
તમારો અવાજ બ્રેક થાય છે.
1.5 કિલોમીટર के बाद धरती,
તમારો અવાજ બ્રેક થાય છે સાહેબ.
हाँ, नाउ इट्स
क्लियर.
So, मैं अपने घर से निकलता हूँ तो 1.5 किलोमीटर के बाद मुझे धरती माँ दिखती है. 1.5 किलोमीटर तक सिर्फ कंक्रीट ही दिख रहा है.
यस.
या तो कंक्रीट ही दिखेगा तो धरती माँ को पानी कहाँ से जाएगा? मतलब हमें पहले तो धरती को कंक्रीट से खत्म करना है, लेयर बनाए हैं, और बाद में हमें बोलेंगे कि 6x6 का खड्डा करके पानी अंदर डालो.
यस.
तो ये सर कहाँ का न्याय?
No, let me tell you, your question is valid at this stage, and everybody wants to create a concrete jungle. બરાબર છે. હજી તો સાહેબ તમે વડોદરા, તમે તો નસીબદાર છો. બરાબર, તમે મુંબઈ આવો ને તમે જુઓ, you will never find અત્યારે તો એવી જગ્યાએ એવો પરિસ્થિતિ છે મુંબઈમાં કે લોકો ગાર્ડન બનાવેલા હોય ને એને બી નાના કરતા જાય છે. BMC એ ગાર્ડન બગીચા બનાવેલા હોય લોકોને ચાલવા માટે, but due to some reasons, so એ બધું આપણા ઉપર છે. It's on us. We have to develop. we have to develop a cities or in such a way કે ગામથી દૂર એક એવા સિટી બધા ડેવલપ કરવા જરૂરી છે કે જેથી ગામની જે પોપ્યુલેશન ડેન્સિટી છે ઓછી થઈ જાય. અલ્ટિમેટલી our aim is to reduce the population density of a proper city like અમદાવાદનું ગાંધીનગર કર્યું પછી, બરાબર, આજથી 40-50 વર્ષ પહેલા. મુંબઈથી ચંદીગઢ કર્યું, ચંદીગઢથી ચંદીગઢનું કેપિટલ બનાવ્યું આ લોકોએ. નવી મુંબઈ બનાવ્યું મુંબઈમાંથી, બરાબર છે. એટલે અલ્ટિમેટલી ઇટ હેઝ ટુ કમ ફ્રોમ ધી, ઓફકોર્સ આ બધી સરકારી એજન્સીઓ, ગવર્મેન્ટ, પોલિટિશિયન્સ, લોટ ઓફ પીપલ આર રિસ્પોન્સિબલ ફોર ઓલ ધીસ થિંગ્સ. એકલા હું ને તમે નહીં, પણ આપણે પોતે ઇનિશિયેટિવ લેવો પડશે અને પછી ઇટ વિલ બી ડન. ઇટ વિલ બી ડન.
Obviously, sir, Baroda is known for the responsibility to take care of the nature, and that's the reason we have many specific NGO like OSC. One more thing, DMS added that. Sir, you can see, sir, there is a green theme in the background. Green is not only virtual, but is also in an actual mode. The Deepak Bhai has decided to distribute minimum 200 plants, and today morning, Forest Government of Forest has already delivered 200 plants to Deepak Bhai office, and next 2 days we will distribute it. So, Deepak Bhai, congratulations.
સાહેબ તમને કહું, 15મી ઓગસ્ટ ને 26 જાન્યુઆરીએ રિલાયન્સમાં અમે જ્યારે ધ્વજવંદન કરવા જઈએ છીએ, દરેક એમ્પ્લોયીને નીતા અંબાણી મેસેજ સાથે નાના સેપલિંગ્સ દરેક જણને આપે છે. we create 1 lakh saplings per year in our nursery. મારી પાસે કેસ સ્ટડી છે રિલાયન્સ કોર્પોરેટ પાર્કનો. મે બી વિથ ધ પરમિશન ઓફ દીપક એન્ડ ધ કમિટી મેમ્બર, આઈ એમ હેપી ટુ શેર the presentation what we did in Reliance Corporate Park.
Bhai, sorry to interrupt.
Bhavesh bhai,
yes.
Kalpesh Shah, thank you very much. I want to add one point, because people are using the RO system, and that water they are throwing out directly in the wastewater. At least that water can be used for cleaning utensils and other things. So that way also we can save the water.
Yes, reverse osmosis.
Right. And if whatever the building code is there, that is it's to be strictly implemented. So all the contractors or companies, those who are making the society or apartment, they should provide such type of fixtures and the facilities for the users, so people can adjust the new technology implemented in the house.
Yes, so, it will be there.
That way, this is very good for the common people, so they can use this and conserve the water. So your idea is very good, and at least we should try individually also implement at their own capacity level, and
very good.
Try to help improve the environment.
Very good, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Feel proud, Kalpesh bhai.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So now moving forward, for the next speaker for the event is Mr. Rajan B. Trivedi. He worked as environment engineer in Kolar India Limited, a central government undertaking from 1988 to 1998. Joined Gujarat Pollution Control Board since April 1998 as Deputy Environment Engineer. Worked at various regional offices and head office. Working since last 10 years, a regional officer of GPCB at various places like Vadodara, Ahmedabad, Mehsana, Ankleshwar, etc. He presently posted as regional officer, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, Regional Office, Vadodara since October 2019. So I request Mr. Rajan B. Trivedi for taking his session. Over to you, sir.
Before Deepak here, before he starts his presentation, I would like to mention that he is basically the one who has helped Baroda Management Association to have So basically, he is the one who has helped us to get our respected collector madam for the BMA program. And he is basically the one who has guided us for a number of events. And entire event is organized under his guidance. And I think he has helped us a lot. So BMA is really very much thankful I'm really very happy to announce that he has accepted our invitation very happily. Environment Day is basically the event of Gujarat Pollution Control Board, and he has got the entire day packed with the number of programs. And he has a minister also coming to, and in spite of doing all these things, he has come. So Trivedi sir, thank you very much for coming. And we really lucky to have a regional officer like you in Baroda. So we are eagerly waiting for your presentation. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
સૌ પ્રથમ તો હેપી વર્લ્ડ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ડે ટુ ઓલ ઓફ યુ. જે લોકો પણ હાજરી આપી રહ્યા છે અને અભિનંદન સહ આભાર બરોડા મેનેજમેન્ટ એસોસિએશનનો કે જેણે આજના દિવસે એકચ્યુઅલી આ અમારો પ્રોગ્રામ કહેવાય પણ એમાં તમે ઘણી તસદી લઈ અને એમિનેન્ટ સ્પીકર્સને પણ બોલાવ્યા છે અને રિલેવન્ટ સબ્જેક્ટ ઉપર, કેમ કે આ વખતની થીમ આપને બધાને ખ્યાલ છે કે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિસ્ટોરેશન. ગઈકાલ સુધી હજી આપણે એ સાંભળતા હતા કે સસ્ટેનેબલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ એન્ડ રિસોર્સ કન્ઝર્વેશન ને I think you all might be knowing about the starting of celebrating World Environment Day since 1974. 72 માં જ્યારે સ્ટોકહોમ UN કોન્ફરન્સ થઈ અને એ પછીથી દુનિયાના મોટાભાગના દેશોએ નક્કી કર્યું કે પર્યાવરણની ચિંતા કરવાની જરૂર છે. આજે જઈને હવે જેમ કે આ વખતે UNEP એ ડિક્લેર કરેલું છે UN ડિકેડ ઓફ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિસ્ટોરેશન, કે એવી નોબત આવી ગઈ છે આપણે બધા રિસોર્સનું ઓવર એક્સપ્લોઇટેશન અને ઓવર કન્ઝમ્પશન. The basic problem is the consumerism, which is going and growing very fast. જે જૈનિઝમમાં એક સિદ્ધાંત છે અપરિગ્રહ. ખરેખર જે વસ્તુ કરકસરયુક્ત, કંજુસાઈ અને કરકસરમાં એક બહુ મોટો તફાવત છે કે જે ખાસ કરીને કુદરતી સ્ત્રોતો છે અને નોન રિન્યુએબલ છે એનો કરકસરયુક્ત ઉપયોગ થવો જોઈએ. પણ આપણું જે માર્કેટ છે, બિઝનેસ છે અને કન્ઝ્યુમરિઝમ જે રીતે આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે એના માટે સૌથી વધારે જરૂરી છે કે અવેલેબિલિટી હોવા છતાં, કેમ કે રિસેન્ટલી આપણે કોવિડના સમયમાં અમે લોકો લગભગ 2 મહિનાથી રેમડેસિવિર ઇન્જેક્શનના વિતરણનો હું નોડલ ઓફિસર હતો અને ઓક્સિજનની તો આજે મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીએ પણ એમના સંભાષણમાં વાત કરી કે એ નથી હોતું ત્યારે આપણને ખબર પડે છે. અધરવાઇઝ વેન સમ ઓફ ધ નેચરલ રિસોર્સિસ લાઈક વોટર, એર, આ બધા જ્યારે છે ત્યારે લોકોને ખબર જ નથી. એમને એવું લાગે છે કે આ તો બધું હજારો વર્ષ સુધી ચાલ્યા કરશે અને વી આર હેવિંગ એવરી ક્લેમ ઓન ધેટ રિસોર્સ અને જેમ મન ફાવે તેમ વાપરીએ. એવું કદાચ ના થઈ શકે અને એટલા માટે જ એ બ્રેક લગાવવા માટે રિસ્ટોરેશન બેઝિકલી હું આપનો વધારે સમય નહીં લઉં, કેમ કે અમે 2 પાર્ટમાં ટેકનિકલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન જે છે આપણા બરોડા સ્પેસિફિક એ મારા કલીગ નીરજ શાહ જે ડેપ્યુટી એન્જિનિયર છે અમારી જીપીસીબી ઓફિસમાં જ, તેઓ દ્વારા કરવામાં આવશે. પણ આજે આમાં પણ ઘણું લાંબુ આ સેશન થઈ ગયું છે એટલે હું ટૂંકમાં બતાવીશ કે બેઝિક જે આસ્પેક્ટ છે આ રિસ્ટોરેશનનો એમાં 2 પાર્ટ છે. જેમ માંદા પડો ત્યારે એક તો ડૉક્ટર એમ કહે છે કે જે ના ખાવા જેવું હોય એ ખાવાનું બંધ કરો અને જે ખાવાથી ઝડપથી તમે સાજા થાવ એવા ન્યુટ્રિશિયસ ફૂડ ઉપર તમે જતા રહો. મીન્સ રિસ્ટોરેશનમાં પણ એવું છે, હેલ્થ રિસ્ટોરેશન હોય કે એન્વાયરમેન્ટ રિસ્ટોરેશન, કે જે નેગેટિવ બાબતો છે એને સ્ટોપ કરીએ એટલે પૂર્ણ વિરામ મૂકીએ અને જે કરવા જેવી બાબત છે, કેમ કે જે નુકસાન થયું છે એ વર્ષોમાં થયું છે અને જે ખાવાથી ઝડપથી તમે સાજા થાવ. હા, એટલે આ બંને વસ્તુને આવરી લઈને યુએનએ 10 વર્ષનો એક ડિકેડનો આખો પ્રોગ્રામ વર્કઆઉટ કર્યો છે, જેમાં ઓલ ધ નેચરલ રિસોર્સિસ, આપે કદાચ યુએન વેબસાઇટ ઉપર પણ જોયું જ હશે કે પાણી છે, હવા છે, જમીન છે, એ બધાનું જે ડેમેજ છે એ ફર્ધર અટકાવવું અને એને નરિશ કરવું, આ બંનેના જુદા જુદા પ્રોગ્રામ્સ થશે અને એ પ્લાન ઉપર બધા એગ્રી પણ થશે. હવે હું આપનો વધારે સમય નહીં લેતા અમારા કલીગ મિસ્ટર નીરજ શાહ છે, એમને કહીશ કે એ તમને ડિટેલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશન, અને ઇટ વિલ બી ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ બિકોઝ બરોડામાં કદાચ આપને પહેલી વખત જે ઓડિયન્સ છે અત્યારે એમને અમારાથી રિલેટેડ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ અથવા તો બીજા જે વહીવટી તંત્રને એ લોકોને જાણ હોય છે, પણ કયા કયા કામ અહીંયા થઈ રહ્યા છે એન્વાયરમેન્ટ અથવા તો પોલ્યુશન કંટ્રોલને લગતા, એન્ડ વોટ ઇઝ ધ નીડ ઓફ ધ ડે, he will explain you in detail. Over to Mr. Neeraj Shah.
ગુડ આફ્ટરનૂન. જેમ હમણાં વાત કરી તેમ આપણે આજે થોડાક આપણા જે પ્રોગ્રામ છે પ્રોગ્રામમાં થોડા ડીલે ચાલી રહ્યા છે અને આગળના સ્પીકરે પણ ઘણું બધી વસ્તુઓ કહી દીધી છે. એટલે few of the things which I have included in my presentation that probably I will not repeat, but still I will just go through that thing. So everybody know why to celebrate this. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Neeraj bhai. Yeah, Neeraj bhai, frankly speaking, it's not delay. It's very interested and interactive presentation by all the speakers. So please carry on because your presentation is also very much important for us.
Okay.
See, there are a lot of people on YouTube who are basically wanting, see, this particular was circulated to the industry. So many industry people who are there on the YouTube, they are waiting for the GPCB presentation only.
Okay, okay.
And why we have kept your presentation last, if I would have finished your presentation early, all these industry people would have gone.
Okay,
so because of you, all these industry people are still there. So everybody is waiting for your presentation only. There are a lot of call I'm getting from the industry. Okay, when is the presentation of GPCB? I say that, okay, it is there. So you take your own time and make a proper presentation. People are waiting for the presentation from you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So just to brief out why we are celebrating World Environment Day on 5th June, everybody is knowing, but still I am just making a mention of that thing, that in 1972, the UN General Assembly designated 5th June as the World Environment Day, just to mark the opening of the 1972 Stockholm Conference on Human Environment. And the first celebration was took place on 1974, wherein the theme of celebration was only One Earth. By performing this celebration, it has developed a platform to raise the awareness on the problems facing our environment, such as air pollution, plastic pollution, illegal wildlife trade, sustainable consumption, sea level increase, and food security, among others. So basically, these are the topics which were felt that these are the emerging environmental crises, and the respective yearly theme which were decided by the UNEP was related to this thing. Last year theme was biodiversity. So thereby they are stimulating the worldwide awareness of the environment and encourages political attention and action. Celebrating World Environment Day is about the inspirational power of individual actions that collectively become an exponential force for positive change. It is આપણે જે કહીએ કે કાંકરે કાંકરે પાડ બનતા ટીપે ટીપે સરોવર થાય, then this is just an individual action which we have to promote so that collectively it can really bring up and fetch the positive change in the environment. World Environment Day is an annual event that is aimed at being the biggest and most widely celebrated global day for positive environmental action. World Environment Day activities take place all year round, but climax is on the 5th June every year, involving everyone for everywhere. જેમ હમણાં વાત કરી એમ 5મા જૂને ફક્ત એક દિવસ માટે આપણે વર્લ્ડ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ડે નું સેલિબ્રેશન કરી અને બાકીના 364 દિવસ આપણે તેને ભૂલી જઈએ તો એ વર્લ્ડ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ડે નું સેલિબ્રેશન આપણે ન ગણાય. ધીસ ઇઝ જસ્ટ ટુ માર્ક કે વર્લ્ડ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ડે ના દિવસથી આપણે કર્યું અને વી હેવ ટુ કન્ટિન્યુ ફોર ધ હોલ યર, and that really requires the involvement of everyone, whatever is the scale, but everybody is required to be involved in this celebration by contributing in one way or other way. Through World Environment Day, the UN Environment Program is able to personalize environmental issues and enable everyone to realize not only their responsibility, but also their power to become agent for change in support of sustainable and equitable development. આપણે જે સસ્ટેનેબલ અને ઇક્વિટેબલ ડેવલપમેન્ટની જે વાતો કરીએ છીએ એમાં માત્ર મોટા લોકો, મોટી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી, એ લોકોનું જ યોગદાન જરૂરી છે અને એમના યોગદાન થકી જ એ ચેન્જ આવશે તેવું નથી, પરંતુ કીડીના કણ ને હાથીના મણના નાતે નાના માણસે નાનું ને મોટા માણસે મોટું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ કરી અને આ ચેન્જ લાવવામાં દરેકે સહભાગી બનવું જરૂરી છે એવી અવેરનેસ લાવી અને દરેકને એ વસ્તુ રિયલાઇઝ કરાવડાય અને એને જોડવાની આ વાત છે. સો વર્લ્ડ એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ડે ઇઝ ઓલ્સો અ ડે ફોર પીપલ from all walks of life to come together to ensure a cleaner, greener and brighter outlook for themselves and future generations. Everyone counts in this initiative and World Environment Day relies on you to make this happen. World Environment Day 21ની theme જે છે, the theme for the World Environment Day 2021 is ecosystem restoration and Pakistan is the global host for the big day. આજના દિવસે UN જેમ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિસ્ટોરેશન જેવી મોટી વાત કદાચ એક વર્ષના નાના ગાળામાં ન આવી શકે માટે આખો ડિકેડ એ લોકોએ ડિક્લેર કરેલો છે. તો આજથી એ ડિકેડની બી શરૂઆત થાય છે. સો લોન્ચ ઓફ ધ UN ડિકેડ ઓન ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિસ્ટોરેશન ઇન 2020 ધ થીમ વોઝ સેલિબ્રેટ બાયોડાયવર્સિટી. જેમ મેં આગળ કીધું કે દર વર્ષે નવી નવી થીમ એ વર્ષને આનુષંગિક જે વધારે ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ જણાતી હોય તેમ ડિસાઇડ કરવામાં આવે છે. એમ ગયા વખતે બાયોડાયવર્સિટીની હતી, આ વર્ષે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિસ્ટોરેશન છે, જેના બાબતે જુદા જુદા પ્રોગ્રામો આગામી 10 વર્ષ સુધી ચાલતા રહેશે જેથી કરીને આપણે જે પોઝિટિવ ચેન્જ જોઈએ છે એ ચેન્જ તરફ આપણે આગળ વધી શકીએ. Now what is ecosystem? Ecosystem is the interaction between living organism, plants, animals, people with their surroundings. આપણે જોવા જઈએ તો rates of destruction ને just આપણે quantify કરવા જઈએ so we are losing and destroying the foundations of our survival at an alarming rate. Over 4.7 million hectares of forest, which is an area larger than Denmark, we are losing it every year. Over half of the world's wetlands have disappeared in the last century. Ecosystem loss is depriving the world of carbon sinks like forest and peatlands at a time humanity can least afford it. આપણે અત્યારે જે રીતે ફોરેસ્ટ અને પીટલેન્ડ્સ ને બધાને ગુમાવી રહ્યા છે, જે રીતે આપણી બીજી બાજુની વસ્તુઓ અને પ્રવૃત્તિ વધી રહી છે, એમાં કાર્બન ડાયોક્સાઇડનું અને કાર્બન સિંક્સ જે ઘટતા ગયા છે, કાર્બન ઉત્સર્જન વધતું જાય છે, કાર્બન સિંક્સ ઘટતા જાય છે, એટલે આપણે મીણબત્તી બે બાજુથી બાળી રહ્યા છે અને વી આર માર્ચિંગ ટુવર્ડ્સ અ ડિઝાસ્ટરસ સિચ્યુએશન which we already are facing. The emergence of COVID-19 has also shown just how disastrous the consequences of ecosystem loss can be. By shrinking the area of natural habitat for animals, we have created ideal conditions for pathogens, including coronaviruses, to spread. દરેક બેક્ટેરિયા અને દરેક વાયરસીસ એ હાર્મફુલ જ હોય એવું નથી. આપણા પોતાના પેટમાં પણ એવા કેટલા બધા વાયરસીસ ને બેક્ટેરિયાસ છે જે કાં તો ડોર્મન્ટ રહે છે, કાં તો એ એમની રીતે આપણા શરીરમાં જીવી અને એમની પોતાની લાઈફ પૂર્ણ કરે છે, આપણને જરા પણ તકલીફ પહોંચાડ્યા વગર. અમુક બેક્ટેરિયા વાયરસીસ તમારે જોવા જાવ તો એ તમારા પાચન શક્તિ અને પાચન માટે ને બધા માટે તમારે એ હેલ્પફુલ છે. એટલે એકબીજા ઉપરની ઇકોસિસ્ટમની જે સિસ્ટમ છે એ સિસ્ટમને ડેવલપ કરે કે જે વાયરસ જે એનિમલ ઉપર જીવતા હતા, જેના ઉપર શાંતિથી એ લોકોનું એક રિલેશનશિપ હતી, એ સિસ્ટમ જ આખી તમે તોડી કાઢો, એ આખી સ્પીસ જ એક્સટિંક્ટ થઈ જાય. એટલે એ વાયરસ પછી એમની પોતાની જે લિંક અથવા તો આપણે જે ચેન કહીએ છીએ શબ્દ, એ ચેનમાંથી બીજા પર જાય અને માટે આવા બધા રોગ થવાની શક્યતાઓ રહેલી છે. આ જે ઇકોસિસ્ટમ રિસ્ટોરેશન છે એને આપણે કઈ રીતે કરી શકીએ તો there are 3 ways to do that is a reimagine, recreate and restore. Role and responsibility of industries એ આમ તો બહુ શોર્ટમાં તમને કહું તો બેઝિકલી કોઈ પણ ઉદ્યોગ સ્થાપતા પહેલા એને જુદી જુદી મંજૂરીઓ લેવાની થતી હોય છે, which we call it as a consent to establish, consent to operate, which we call it as a CCA. If it falls under SO 1533, then environmental clearance, જો દરિયાકાંઠાના વિસ્તારમાં આવેલું હોય તો કોસ્ટલ રેગ્યુલેશન ઝોન હેઠળ CRZ લેવાનું થાય અને એ પરમિશન લીધા પછી એ પરમિશન સેલ્ફ સ્પીકિંગ કન્ડિશન્સ બધી આપતી હોય છે. એ દરેક કન્ડિશનનું તેણે જ્યુડિશિયસલી પાલન કરવાનું રહેતું હોય છે. તદુપરાંત area specific કોઈ moratorium હોય, if some kind of a area specific moratorium is there or some guidelines is published or some restrictions are there or some high court order or some NGT orders are there, they should also be required to be complied with by the industries of that area. બધી મંજૂરીઓ મેળવી લીધા પછી મંજૂરી મેળવ્યા પછી મંજૂરીમાં કયા પ્રમાણેના સાધનો મૂક્યા પછી માત્ર સાધનો મૂકી દેવાથી ચાલતું નથી, પરંતુ they need to operate it very efficiently and regularly so that all the prescribed discharge norms are complied with. અને આ બધું કર્યા પછી એણે એના જે ઉદ્યોગ ચલાવવા માટે જે રિસોર્સિસ વાપરે છે એ કેટલી હદે કન્ઝર્વ કરી શકે છે. અને જેમ હમણાં સાહેબે વાત કરી કે જે વસ્તુ નેગેટિવ છે એને ઘટાડો અને જે પોઝિટિવ છે એને વધારો. એ જ રીતે પોલ્યુશનને ઘટાડો અને આપણા રિસોર્સિસ જે છે જે આપણે વાપરીએ છીએ તેને પણ ઘટાડો. તો દેટ કેન બી ડન બાય રિડ્યુસ, રીયુઝ એન્ડ રિસાયકલ. આના માટે અનેક પ્રકારના મિકેનિઝમ છે, મોનિટરિંગના, લીગલ અને સેલ્ફ, પણ એના ડિટેલમાં હું આજે નથી જતો. રોલ્સ એન્ડ રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી ઓફ સિટીઝન આપણે વાત કરીએ તો એ તો એન્ડલેસ વે છે કે બાય વિચ વન કેન કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુટ. But just to narrate few, responsible in purchases and use of resources, even though you can afford, the earth cannot. મને આજે ઘરમાં 2 બોરવેલ છે, ઉપર 10,000 લીટરની ટાંકી છે, એટલે હું પ્રેશર પંપ લગાડી અને શાવર લગાડીને હું દિવસમાં 4 વાર નવું તો એ મને પોસાય છે, પરંતુ એ પાણી માટે જે અર્થને અને બીજા બધા લોકો જે છે એને પોસાઈ શકે એમ નથી. એટલે we have to be very responsible in usage of the resources, in purchases of the item, કારણ કે કોઈ પણ વસ્તુ બનવા માટે પણ ઘણા બધા રિસોર્સિસ વપરાતા હોય છે અને એને તમે જ્યારે ડિસ્ટ્રોય કરો છો ત્યારે ઘણી બધી જગ્યા અને બીજી બધી વસ્તુઓ ડેમેજ થતી હોય છે. સો વી હેવ ટુ બી વેરી રિસ્પોન્સિબલ ઇન પરચેસ એન્ડ યુઝ ઓફ રિસોર્સિસ. We have to reduce the plastic usage and we also need to do the proper segregation of the waste for its better disposal. Replace old appliances with newer efficient model. આપણે જેમ સાદી વાત વર્ષોથી કરતા આવ્યા છે કે જૂના બલ્બ છે એની જગ્યાએ તમે LED બલ્બ વાપરો તો ઇલેક્ટ્રિસિટી કન્ઝમ્પશન ઘટે. તો ઘણી બધી વખત લોકો જ્યારે પરચેસીસ કરવાનું હોય છે ત્યારે પોતાનું ફાઇનાન્સ નથી જોતા હોતા, પરંતુ જ્યારે આવા એન્વાયરમેન્ટ માટે કરીને જરૂરી છે, માટે એપ્લાયન્સીસ ચેન્જ કરવાના છે, એ વખતે એમનો એવો વિચાર આવે છે કે ભાઈ મારા બલ્બ હજી ચાલે છે, ઉડી ગયા નથી, તો વાય શુડ આઈ ચેન્જ ઇટ, વાય શુડ આઈ ઇન્વેસ્ટ. સો દેટ શુડ નોટ બી ધ એપ્રોચ. અને જ્યાં શક્ય હોય ત્યાં આગળ ટ્રી પ્લાન્ટેશન કરો. આપણા ડે ટુ ડે લાઈફમાં જે આપણે પાણીનો બગાડ કરતા હોય છે, ખાવાનો બગાડ કરતા હોય છે, એવા અનેક સ્ટેપ છે જે સ્ટેપ ઇન્ડિવિજ્યુઅલ લેવલે લઈ શકાય. હવે જે વાત કરતા હતા કે આ બધી વસ્તુઓ માટે ગવર્મેન્ટ ઓથોરિટી તરફથી શું એક્શન્સ લેવાયા, તો એનું જસ્ટ બ્રીફ કરું લોકોને કે વિશ્વામિત્રી નદીમાં આપ સૌ જાણો છો કે હાલમાં એ નોન પેરિનિયલ રિવર છે અને એની અંદર treated, partially treated or part of untreated sewage is finding its way, and for the most of the time of the year it carries sewage. So ena mate actually one action plan has already been prepared and it is under implementation. There is one state level committee also which is reviewing that action plan, its progress every quarter. And just to mention that for the augmentation of the treatment capacity of the city, presently we have 8 STPs with 354.5 cumulative MLD capacity, and additional 5 STPs of 300.5 MLD are proposed, out of which 3 are under construction stage, whereas 2 are at under designing stage. So it will also be in construction stage soon. Along with that, pipeline network for the collection of the sewage, auxiliary pumping station, existing treatment scheme to meet with the revised discharge norms are also being augmented. તો જે વિશ્વામિત્રી નદીમાં આપણે જે સુવેજ જોઈ રહ્યા છે, જે આજકાલ પેપરમાં બી ઘણી બધી વખત આવી રહેલું છે, તો એની જે બેઝિક ટ્રીટમેન્ટ સ્કીમ છે એ ટ્રીટમેન્ટ માટેના પણ કામ થઈ રહ્યા છે. આ ઉપરાંત બીજા ઘણા બધા એની અંદર મુદ્દાઓ છે જેની છણાવટ અત્યારે નથી, અને હાલમાં જ નેશનલ ગ્રીન ટ્રિબ્યુનલના ઓર્ડર પ્રમાણે પણ રિસ્ટોરેશનનો ઓર્ડર કરવામાં આવ્યો છે, તો એ પણ આજકાલ પેપરમાં આવી રહ્યું છે, તો એના ઉપર પણ કામગીરી ચાલુ થઈ રહી છે. So that is the biggest and issue of Vadodara city. So that is already being considered, it is already under implementation, and that is being reviewed. The action main stakeholder for that is Vadodara Municipal Corporation, Gujarat Pollution Control Board. સેકન્ડ ઇસ્યુ છે આપણે એમ્બિયન્ટ એર ક્વોલિટીની આપણે જે વાત કરીએ તો probably you may be knowing that Vadodara has been declared as a non-attainment city with regard to ambient air quality by Central Pollution Control Board in 2019. So again, for the improvement in the ambient air, one action plan is prepared, which has been approved by the state level committee and subsequently by the Central Pollution Control Board. That approved action plan is presently under implementation, and that is also being reviewed regularly by the Municipal Commissioner VMC. The committee consists of all stakeholders, which includes RTO, then DSO, then GPCB, then traffic police, then industries. So many stakeholders are there, and action points are being implemented. Main action points are considering the various source group, which are vehicles, resuspension of road dust, other fugitive emission control, construction activities, biomass and garbage burning, industry, strengthening of ambient air quality monitoring, public awareness, etc. So that lengthy action plans talks about all these source group, how to reduce, how to monitor those pollution, and accordingly that action plan with action point with a time targeted and financial outlay is being devised, and that is being under implementation. Continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations are also proposed in Vadodara city. Presently, we have 5 manual stations in operation, which monitors ambient air quality of Vadodara city regularly. To implement these action points, 52 crores of rupees has been granted for the year 2020-2021 under the 15th Finance Commission for the improvement of ambient air quality. So this is something about the ambient air quality. Now talking about the groundwater remediation. In one of the area, because of industrial activities, groundwater found contaminated, and borewell is fetching colored water. So that pocket found to be contaminated with the industrial activity. So various scientific studies were carried out through expert agencies, and identification and estimation of the extent of pollution was estimated. And based on those studies, various legal actions against the identified industrial units were taken, including taking bank guarantee, to ensure that whatever remedial action is required, that will be implemented by that industry. And whatever treatment scheme is devised through scientific study is also being reviewed by the committee of experts of various fields, which includes geology, which includes the Central Pollution Control Board, which includes GPCB, which includes Central Groundwater Authority, which includes so many other departments are included in this committee. And approved scheme, that approved scheme is being implemented by the industry, and that is being monitored by GPCB. And we have also promoted, as Collector Madam has already said, that under our visionary leadership, Vadodara is fortunate to have such kind of remarkable work. But Central Groundwater Authority, when grants permission industry to withdraw groundwater for their industrial uses, also stipulate a few of the conditions, which includes groundwater recharge, and thereby industry is required to construct a groundwater recharge structures. So that we also ensure about the construction. This is one actual photograph of one of the industry who has created a groundwater remediation system as per the approved scheme. So this is a container wherein all 1, 2, 3, 4, at a shallow depth, middle depth, and at a deeper area, cluster of borewell is constructed, from where the contaminated water is withdrawn and is fetched into this thing. From here, it is being conveyed to these tanks. After these tanks, one is for the water that has been withdrawn at a deeper strata, one is a middle strata, and one is a shallow strata. Then it is being mixed proportionately, and whatever quality is derived, that quality is sent for the polishing treatment. And after this polishing treatment, that is being used for the industrial purpose in place of a fresh water. So this is actual system that has been implemented by the industry after our study. One is the bioremediation of the legacy waste at Atladra. Everybody probably would be knowing that earlier our municipal solid waste was dumped at Atladra. What about 3 lakh tons of such municipal solid waste was now through bioremediation has been completely cleared, and 14 acres of land has been reclaimed at the cost of around 27 crores. That project was started in October 2017 and now has been completed. So entire quantity which has been dumped over there has been reclaimed, and that 14 acres of land has been cleared. One more positive actions that has been taken by the Baroda Municipal Corporation is whatever kitchen waste and temple waste is generated from Baroda city is taken to a Voragambadi plant, whereby biomethanation project is provided. The capacity of the plant is about 15 tons per day. So segregated temple waste and hotel kitchen waste of this city has been transported by VMC to that site. And purely that project is run on a purely public-private partnership model and citizen-led innovation under Swachh Bharat Mission. And end product of this biomethanation is the compost, organic fertilizer liquid, and gas. Organic fertilizer liquid and compost is presently being used for cultivation of the organic fruits and vegetables in the same premises, whereas gas is bottled and sent back to the hotels for their requirement of a gas. The compost production is around 1.5 tons per day and gas production is around 400 meter cube per day. The project cost is 27 crores. This is just photographs of the site. This is the area where whatever kitchen waste and temple waste is received is crushed and put in this chamber, from where it is being fed into this closed chamber for the anaerobic digestion. This is a continuous tank reactor, and after the end product is, this is the area where gas produced is compressed and bottled, and this is the farm area where organic liquid and manure is utilized, and this is the product. You know, this is how a kitchen waste and the temple waste of Vadodara city is being managed very nicely. Again, I have said that we are taking various legal actions of monitoring actions, financial actions. Industry is also, doing so many things, but are they enough? No. If it would have been enough step, then probably we have been not in a present stage. So basically, the main causes of climate change is the burning of fossil fuel, extensive deforestation, rearing of livestock, unsustainable agriculture, industrial pollution and effluents. I can explain each of these points just to say unsustainable agriculture. ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ એવું થતું હોય છે કે irrespective of looking at, it's એનામાં જેટલો કસ હોય એક સામટો કાઢી અને પછી જમીનને બેરન મૂકી અને બીજે જતું રહેવામાં આવે, કાં તો એક ક્રોપ પછી બીજા ક્રોપમાં જતા પહેલા એના માટે આપણે જે બાળવાની પદ્ધતિ જેવી આપણે ક્રૂર પદ્ધતિ અપનાવતા હોઈએ. લાઈવ સ્ટોકની આપણે વાત કરીએ તો એક પ્રાણીને ઉછેરવા પાછળ જે રિસોર્સિસ વપરાતા હોય છે એનું કેટલું પાણી, કેટલું ફૂડ, डिफोरेस्टेशन આપણે એક્સટેન્સિવ આપણે જે કરી રહ્યા છે, ફોસિલ ફ્યુઅલના બર્નિંગ વિશે તો આપણે જે વાત કરીએ છીએ, એવરીબડી ઇઝ અવેર અબાઉટ ઓલ ધીસ થિંગ. સો ધીસ આર ધ મેજર કોઝિસ ફોર ધ ક્લાઇમેટ ચેન્જ. Devastating consequences we are already facing, but just I am reading out. Earth's average temperature increased by 1 degree since 1880. This is a lot of heat. આપણને 1 ડિગ્રી ને આપણને એમ લાગે છે કે 1 ડિગ્રીમાં શું ફરક પડે છે, પણ 1 ડિગ્રીમાં કેટલો ચેન્જ આવ્યો છે એ તમે અનુભવી શકો છો કે કેટલા બધા આપણે ટોર્નેડોથી માંડીને કેટલા બધા આપણે હરિકેન્સ ને બધી વસ્તુઓ આવે છે. સી લેવલ ઇન્ક્રીઝ બાય 221 to 21 થી 24 સેન્ટીમીટર 1880 થી વધ્યા છે. The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has risen by 25% since 1958 and by about 40% since the Industrial Revolution. I have quoted a source from where I have taken this fact in a parenthesis. Up to 1 million species on the verge of extinction. Disruption in weather cycle has witnessed across the world. Higher death rate and shorter lifespan due to dirtier oceans and more polluted air. 1.2 trillion tons of ice is lost every year. આપણે આ બધાને કારણે ખાલી જસ્ટ છેલ્લા એક વર્ષની અંદરના જે ડિઝાસ્ટરને આમ જસ્ટ થોડા ગણીએ તો બી about 50,000 wildfires in USA alone every year. Devastating bushfire in Australia. ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયામાં કેટલા 8 મહિના જેટલું આપણે bushfire ચાલ્યું, કેટલા પ્રાણીઓને એમાં મોત થયું. Flash flood in Indonesia, volcano eruptions in Philippines, locust invasion in Africa, rat invasion in Australia. હમણાં જ આપ સૌએ પેપરમાં વાંચ્યું હશે કે ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયાએ ઇન્ડિયા પાસે 5,000 લીટર ઝેર માંગ્યું. હવે આપણે એને કોઈક રીતે સપોઝ કનેક્ટ કરીએ તો ડેટા એવું કહે છે કે છેલ્લા 1-2 વર્ષમાં કદાચ ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયાએ 5 મિલિયન કેટ્સને મારી નાખી. તો હવે જે રેટનું ઇન્વેઝન થયું છે એ બે વચ્ચે કોઈ કનેક્શન તો નથી. વી નો દેટ વી આર ડિસ્ટર્બિંગ પ્રે પ્રેડેટર રિલેશનશિપ. ઇકો ચેન જે છે એમાં પ્રી પ્રેડેટર રિલેશનશિપને તમે જેટલું ડિસ્ટર્બ કરો એટલી તકલીફ મેગ્નિફાઈ થયા કરે છે. સાયક્લોન એમ્ફાન એન્ડ ટોક્ટે આપણે જોયું. આસામ ફ્લડ્સ, 20% of the land deforested in Amazon rainforest since 1970. Lastly, the deadly COVID-19 virus may not a consequence of climate change, but one can definitely argue this as a way of nature resorting balance as a last resort. મેં પહેલી સ્લાઇડમાં પણ કીધું હતું કદાચ એની જોડે કોઈ સહમત ના થાય તો એટલીસ્ટ આપણે આર્ગ્યુમેન્ટ તો કરી શકીએ કે આ જ રીતે કુદરત કદાચ એની સામે આપણો બદલો લઈ રહી છે. પણ આ બધાની વચ્ચે જેમ સાહેબે વાત કરી કે વોટ ઇઝ ધ સિલ્વર લાઇનિંગ, આપણે આપણી પ્રવૃત્તિઓ ઘટાડીએ કાં તો સંયમિત કરીએ તો એનાથી ક્લાઇમેટમાં પોઝિટિવ ચેન્જ આવશે. એની પ્રૂફ આપણને લોકડાઉન દરમિયાન જોવા મળી. લોકડાઉન દરમિયાન ફોર્સફુલી વી હેડ ટુ રિડ્યુસ ધ ટ્રાફિક. સો બધા ટ્રાફિકનો મોડ બંધ હતા. that has lowered level of pollution and noise. Even a seismic noise level has also been reduced. Emergence of animals in never seen before ways. થાઈલેન્ડમાં લેધરબેક ટોર્ટોઇસ જે દેખાયો હતો, જે એવું માનવામાં આવતું હતું કે હવે સ્પીસીસ બચી જ નથી, એવી જ રીતે ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયા, ઇન્ડિયા ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ જે પ્રાણીઓ ક્યારેય જોવા નહોતા મળતા એ સિટીમાં જોવા મળ્યા. Animal population steadily climbing back and rescuing several from extinction. જે લોકોનું ઘટી ગઈ હતી એમની વસ્તી એ ધીમે ધીમે સ્ટેબલ થવા માંડી હતી. જે લોકો એક્સટિંક્શન ઉપર હતા એમાંની ઘણી જાતિ રેસ્ક્યુ થવા માંડી હતી અને જલંધરથી આપણે હિમાલય દેખાવા માંડ્યો હતો. આમ આપણને ઇનડાયરેક્ટ બી ઘણા બધા સ્ટડી બી થયા છે. એટલે સ્ટડીના પોઈન્ટ ઓફ વ્યૂથી ઇવન વી હેવ ઓલ્સો મોનિટર્ડ ambient air quality during this lockdown. And that has also shown almost 50% of the improvement in the air quality of Vadodara city. So we have a direct evidences and a indirect evidences that if we control our routine life in an environmentally sound manner, then we can definitely fetch and get and yield a proper ambient air quality and other. These are the photographs which we have just recently taken. This is after one of the photograph of seashore after recent cyclone. This is about volcano eruption. This is about glacier slide. So this is what I need to say. So ultimately we need to એક શબ્દમાં હું કહી શકું કે કદાચ આપણે લોકો જીવન પૂરેપૂરું ચેન્જ ન કરીએ પરંતુ મધમાખી જેવું જીવન લઈએ કે ફૂલમાંથી આપણે મધ લઈએ પણ ફૂલને ડિસ્ટ્રોય નથી કરી નાખતા, નથી એની આપણે સુગંધ પૂરી કરતા, નથી એની લાઈફ પૂરી કરતા, કે નથી બીજા પતંગિયા કે નથી બીજા કોઈ જીવો એના પર જે પરાગરજ ને બધી જીવતા હોય છે એમની લાઈફને ડિસ્ટર્બ કરતા. આપણે એવી રીતે તો જીવીએ તો કદાચ આગળ જતાના દિવસો બહુ સારા આવશે. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
Wow, excellent.
This is the best quote of the entire day. કે આપણે મધમાખી જેવું જીવન જીવીએ. એક્સેલન્ટ, વેરી ગુડ.
Yeah, Neeraj bhai, thanks a lot. What you say, yes, today is the celebration day of environment, and if people are celebrating for 365 days, તો કદાચ જીપીસીબી બોર્ડની આટલી જરૂર ન એમાંથી, અને જીપીસીબી બોર્ડને માથે આટલું પ્રેશર પણ ન રહે. બટ નીરજભાઈ, મજબૂરી એવી છે આપણી કે since last 6 months we and Deepak bhai many times at Friday Evening Talks repeatedly say to the people, and you also agree with me, we are using cotton for filter the water at home, but because of problem of diarrhea, cholera, and typhoid and everything, we have stopped that cotton and start to use filter, whether it's Aqua or many others RO systems are there. So today we have installed 20,000 rupees RO system to avoid, to kill the bacteria. ઘરે આપણે બધા મહેમાનોને બતાવતા હતા 20 વર્ષ પહેલા કે આ અમારી વોટર પ્યોરિફાયર સિસ્ટમમાં છે ને લાઇટમાંથી પાણી પસાર થાય ને તેમાં બેક્ટેરિયા મરી જાય. Now scenario, what you understand for the 2 days in last 1.5 years, what people are playing with their life. 20 વર્ષ 25 વર્ષ પછીથી એ બેક્ટેરિયાને મારવા માટે ઘરમાં સિસ્ટમ છે અને એ બેક્ટેરિયાથી 100 ટાઈમ્સ નાનો વાયરસ હોય, એ વાયરસને મારી નથી શકાતો, પણ અટકાવવા માટે એ જે કોટન હતું ને એના કરતા પણ ખરાબ કોટનનું માસ્ક પહેરે છે, કારણ કે કપડા સાથે ફેશનમાં મેચ નથી થતું. See, these are the situation why this pandemic virus is dangerous, but what we are taking care. આ એર પોલ્યુશન એક નાનું અમથું વાયરસનું જો અટકાવી નહીં શકીએ તો પછીથી સાયલેન્સરની વાત હોય, ઘરના ગાડીના કે પછી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝમાં વાત હોય, કેટલી જગ્યાએ ગવર્મેન્ટ આવશે એમાંથી. અને what you say absolutely right. And બરોડા ફોર્ચ્યુનેટ જે ટુડેઝ આજે કહેવાય ને કે 360 ડિગ્રીમાં આખો સેમિનાર ક્લોઝિંગ થઈ રહ્યો છે આપણો, કે સ્ટાર્ટ વિથ ધ વોટર એન્ડ ધેન થેન્ક્સ ટુ ડોક્ટર સુબ્રતો દાસ એવોર્ડ તો બાયોમેડિકલ વેસ્ટની વાત આવી સ્ટેપ બાય સ્ટેપ. ક્વેશ્ચન જે તમારા માટે મારે ખાસ છે કે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝની રોલ્સ એન્ડ રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટીની આપણે વાત કરીએ એમાંથી, તો એર ક્વોલિટી ઇન્ડેક્સ અને એના માટે વોટ યુ સે, what are the steps we should take at Baroda? Green environment is only possible. Air pollution માટે what we can step? હા,
એર પોલ્યુશન માટે આપણે જે વાત કરી તો ઇન્ડેક્સ કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરવા માટે મેં આપણે વાત કરી કે કન્ટિન્યુઅસ એમ્બિયન્ટ એર ક્વોલિટી મોનિટરિંગ સ્ટેશન્સ આપણે વડોદરામાં હાલમાં નથી, મેન્યુઅલ છે, પણ એના ઉપરથી બી આપણે કેલ્ક્યુલેટ કરીએ આપણે એટ રેન્ડમ તો એ મોડરેટ આપણી એર ક્વોલિટી કહી શકાય તેવી છે. પણ છતાં બી એ સેટિસ્ફેક્ટરી અને ગુડ કરવા માટે આપણે જે કરવી હોય તો એ કરવા માટે સૌથી વધારે જે વાત છે કે ભાઈ વેહિક્યુલર પોલ્યુશન્સ, તો આપણે વ્હીકલનો ઉપયોગ જેટલો ઘટાડીએ તો એટલા જ માટે જે મેં સોર્સ ગ્રુપ કીધા એક્શન પ્લાનમાં, તો એક્શન પ્લાનમાં વેહિક્યુલર પોલ્યુશન કરીએ તો આપણે ક્લીન ફ્યુઅલ એટલે સીએનજીનો સપ્લાય વધારે થાય એના માટેનો એક એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે. પબ્લિક ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમ વધે એ એક એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે. પ્લાન્ટેશન વધે એ એક એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે. રસ્તાની ક્વોલિટી સુધરે જેથી કરે એ એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે. ટ્રાફિક સિગ્નલ્સ જે છે એ બી ટાઈમર સાથેના થાય અને ઇન્ટરલિંકિંગ થાય, સ્માર્ટ સિગ્નલિંગ થાય એ એક એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે. પીયુસીનો એક એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે. એટલે દરેક વસ્તુને ધ્યાને રાખીને એર એક્શન પ્લાન બનાવવામાં આવેલો છે કે જેથી કરીને સ્મૂથ ફ્લો થાય, ટ્રાફિકનો થાય તો ફ્યુઅલ કન્ઝમ્પશન ઘટે, પબ્લિક ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમ એફિશિયન્ટ અને સારી થાય તો લોકો પર્સનલ વ્હીકલનો ઉપયોગ ઘટાડે અને કોમન ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમનો ઉપયોગ કરે તો એ રીતે નંબર ઓફ વ્હીકલ્સ રોડ પર ના ઘટે. એમ ઓમની ડિરેક્શનલ એપ્રોચ કરેલો છે. અને છેલ્લે આ બધા કરવાના કારણે એર ક્વોલિટીમાં સુધારો આવે છે કે નહીં એ મોનિટર કરવા માટે કન્ટિન્યુઅસ એમ્બિયન્ટ એર ક્વોલિટી મોનિટરિંગ સ્ટેશન પ્રપોઝ કરેલા છે. વડોદરા માટે ટોટલ 5 સ્ટેશન પ્રપોઝ કરેલા છે. 1 is in industrial area, 1 is in commercial area, 1 in residential area, 1 is in traffic predominant area. કદાચ કોમર્શિયલ એરિયામાં 2 છે, એમ કરીને ટોટલ જે એમઓએફની ગાઈડલાઈન છે પ્રમાણે 5 પ્રપોઝ કરેલા છે. અત્યારે આપણે એ જ રીતે તમે જુઓ તો વીએમસી દ્વારા સિગ્નલ બી મૂકવામાં આવેલા છે, એ સેન્સર મૂકવામાં આવેલા છે. એ સેન્સર્સ ઉપરથી એર ક્વોલિટી તમે માય વડોદરાની વેબ એપ્લિકેશન છે તો મોબાઈલ ઉપરથી બી આપને ખબર પડે. આ બધું કર્યા પછી એક એડિશનલી સોર્સ અપોર્સમેન્ટ સ્ટડી પણ કરવામાં આવી રહ્યો છે. એટલે આપણે ત્યાં આગળ જે એમ્બિયન્ટ એરની ક્વોલિટી છે એમાંથી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીનું કેટલું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન છે, રીસસ્પેન્શન ઓફ ડસ્ટનું કેટલું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન છે, વેહિક્યુલર પોલ્યુશનનું કેટલું કોન્ટ્રીબ્યુશન છે, એનું આપણને ધ્યાન આવે એના માટે સોર્સ અપોર્સમેન્ટ સ્ટડી પણ પ્રપોઝ કરવામાં આવેલો છે. એટલે જે એક્શન પોઈન્ટ છે એમાં વ્હીકલથી માંડીને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીથી માંડીને છેલ્લામાં છેલ્લું ઇવન ગેસ ફાયર ક્રેમેટોરિયમ બી વધારવાના પ્રપોઝલ છે, અવેરનેસના બી પ્રપોઝલ્સ છે. બધી જ વસ્તુ એમાં ઇન્ક્લુડ કરેલા છે. આપણે સ્ટ્રીટ સ્વીપર બી અત્યારે સપોઝ 9 ઓપરેટ થઈ રહ્યા છે તો બીજા 10-12 ઇન્ક્લુડ કરવાનું પ્રપોઝલ છે જેથી કરીને રસ્તાની સાફ સફાઈ પણ રેગ્યુલરલી થાય.
Right. Okay. And one last question. We have our own remote sensing system, satellite, જેના ઇમેજીસથી આપણે બધું વરસાદનું ના બધું જે સ્ટડી કરીએ છીએ. India is fortunate that we have started under development leadership of ડોક્ટર વિક્રમ સારાભાઈ. તો આનો કોઈ યુઝ આપણે ત્યાં એર પોલ્યુશન કંટ્રોલ બોર્ડની સાથે કે એમાં કોઈ એમાં ક્યારેક થતું?
એમાં બહુ ફ્રીક્વન્ટ એનો ઉપયોગ નથી થતો, પણ પરંતુ કોઈ સ્પેસિફિક ઇસ્યુ હોય તેવા સ્પેસિફિક ઇસ્યુમાં ચોક્કસ એનો અમે લોકો લાભ લઈએ છીએ. અને એના માટે અમે ગાંધીનગરમાં બી આપણે છે એનો બી અમે લોકો લાભ લઈએ છીએ. એટલે ઇટ ઇઝ નોટ અ રેગ્યુલર પાર્ટ ઓફ અવર ફંક્શનિંગ, but definitely in a specific case we do take help of such organization.
Okay. Oh, thank you નીરજભાઈ, અને સ્પેસિફિકલી ડોક્ટર ત્રિવેદી. ડોક્ટર ત્રિવેદીની સાથે just day before yesterday night I got opportunity, and નીરજભાઈ રાજનભાઈ તો 3 મિનિટની અંદર લગભગ 6 થી 7 સબ્જેક્ટ્સ એસી થી માંડી ઓઝોનથી માંડી. My goodness, how talented people are we fortunate in Baroda, the GPCB, અને Baroda is one of the hub in industrial area. કે એક તો સિટી નાનું છે અને એટલી બધી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ છે, અને વી ફોર્ચ્યુનેટ કે આટલા બધા ટેલેન્ટેડ પર્સનાલિટી છે સાથે. અને છે અને સાથેમાં છે, પણ ધીસ ઇઝ ધ જોડી આઈ કેન સે કે આ એક રિસ્પેક્ટ મેનેજમેન્ટ ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ માટેનું છે, એન્ડ રિસ્પેક્ટ ફોર યુ બોથ ઓફ યુ ધ વે યુ હેવ કવર અપ. એન્ડ યસ, મને એવું લાગ્યું કે છેલ્લું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન છે એટલે તમે થોડુંક સ્પીડમાં લીધું, પણ અગેન ફોર યોર ઇન્ફોર્મેશન ખાલી એક જ જણાએ પ્રેઝન્ટેશનમાંથી લેબ થયા છે. આ વર્ચ્યુઅલ પ્રેઝન્ટેશનમાં અમારા માટે ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનને બહુ જ મોટું ટેન્શન હોય છે કે કોણ ક્યારે આવે ને કોણ ક્યારે જાય. પણ આઈ કેન સી કે સ્ટાર્ટથી એન્ડમાં અત્યાર સુધીમાં ટોટલ 6 જણા 2.5 કલાકમાં બહાર નીકળ્યા છે, વિચ ઇઝ લેસ દેન 10%. થેન્ક યુ.
એક વસ્તુ એડ કરું, છેલ્લું પ્રેઝન્ટેશન હતું માટે સ્પીડમાં નથી કર્યું. અમારો વડી કચેરીનો એક 3 વાગ્યાનો પ્રોગ્રામ છે, એમાં બી વી નીડ ટુ જોઈન.
ઓકે. ઓવર ટુ દીપકભાઈ, તમે પ્લીઝ. I just give for you, we won't have a society if we destroy the environment. What you say કે પોલ્યુશન કંટ્રોલ બોર્ડમાં પબ્લિક અવેરનેસમાં જો આવશે તો I dedicate this.
In fact, thank you very much for all those who has been involved in this particular program. And I think superpower has gifted the human with a lot of resources. The Mother Earth and the superpower nurture or nourish every single individual at every point of time. આપણે કહીએ છીએ ને કીડીને કણ ને હાથીને મણ, જેને જે જરૂર હોય એ બધું જ આ સૃષ્ટિ આપણને આપી રહી છે, નેચર આપી રહ્યું છે. So this is the responsibility of us to save the earth, and we all must work together. So there was a noble thought when we were meeting in our managing committee that on this Environment Day, we all must celebrate this Environment Day and we should call experts. Nature for next generation. Conserve the nature for the next generation. This is basically the message most of the people have given. કે આ દુનિયા અથવા અર્થને બચાવનાર કે આ એન્વાયરમેન્ટને બચાવવા માટે કોઈ પરગ્રહમાંથી કોઈ આવવાનું નથી. Nobody is going to do for us. We have to do it. આપણા જનરેશનમાં, એટલે હું જ્યારે ભણતો હતો ને ત્યારે ટ્રી વોઝ નીડેડ, વૃક્ષ વાવો વરસાદ લાવો. That was the slogan. So people thought that tree is needed for rain. 2-3 વર્ષ પહેલા જ્યારે બરોડાની અંદર ટેમ્પરેચર 45, 44, 45, 46 થયું ત્યારે બધાને લાગ્યું કે ટ્રી ઇઝ રિક્વાયર્ડ ફોર રિડ્યુસિંગ ધ ટેમ્પરેચર ઓફ ધ સિટી. આજે પેન્ડેમિકમાં બધાને ઓક્સિજનની તકલીફ પડવા માંડી. સો પીપલ થિંક that we should grow the tree to have pure air. અને આ તો આપણને આટલા જ પ્રોબ્લેમ ખબર છે. ટ્રી આપણને સેનાથી બચાવે છે, we don't know what are the problems that we are basically saved. Basically, it is the responsibility of each one of us to make sure that we keep the earth green, we save the resources. And in fact, I am very much thankful to the Forest Department for giving 200 plants for the distribution to the members, and I think all are distributed. In fact, this program was done. In fact, there are a lot of people who has worked very hard for this, the success of this program. So first of all, I thank Madam Meenakshi Vaishnav for giving her opening remark, and Mr. Deepak Ramchandani, who's basically busy with his secretary. He committed. He is one of the topmost excellent technical speaker from water and sanitation management, and still he has agreed and he has spare time today. He has back-to-back meeting from morning 9 o'clock or 11 to 11:30. And same way, I'm thankful to Dr. Das, who has given an excellent talk on biomedical waste. He has a meeting at NITI Aayog at 12:15, and we manage his time, and he delivered an excellent presentation. We are very much thankful to Dr. Das out of his busy schedule. He is one of the national personality, and because of that, he has graced our entire program. Our beloved collector, IAS Salini Madam, has spare time out of her very busy schedule. In fact, yesterday I got a message from their PA that Madam may come for a very short span of time. And we have an opportunity to see 2 success projects, 2 films, and excellent speech, which is worth preserving and listening it again. It is an eye-opener. Awards in time to come. We are very much thankful to Mr. Samir Puli, who is basically a chairman of Paramount Pollution Control, and he has basically showcased the technology which is being delivered and used by the Paramount in controlling the pollution. Mr. Bhavesh, who is my classmate, and I think he is known for giving lectures on technology. He is basically, whether you talk about the green building, whether you talk about pollution. So he delivered an excellent talk, and I don't have a words to express my thanks to Mr. Rajan Trivedi and Neeraj Shah. In fact, you are the one who has basically encouraged us to celebrate this particular event, and because of your encouragement, we could really do this particular program. At this stage, if I not mention the participants, Mr. Jagdish Shukla, Udham Singh, who is our participants, Mr. Ushakant from St. Xavier's, and Shailesh Kumar, he is a Senior Technical Director, NIC Gandhinagar, Joint Commissioner, Mewada Sir, our Managing Committee member, Badresh Shah and Manawat Sir, they were basically there for this program. And this program is possible because of this one-man show of Mr. Nimil Bakshi. He is basically the one who has designed all the that kind of invitation which you are getting, the presentation from back office that you are seeing, and the entire planning which you see is basically the brainchild of Nimil Bhai, and I think he has worked without looking at his business, without looking at his family for last 1 week, and which has made this particular program a success. Mr. Sharad Jain, who is basically a part of our team, and they have really done a wonderful job in guiding us. Our back office, Madam Shivangi, who has done the MOC of this program, and she has prepared a lot, collected the information from various participants, various speakers, sent invited to the various people. So I think that she is one of the backbone for the success of this particular program. She has worked continuously for this particular program, and I'm really thankful to the Forest Department for giving 200 plants to Baroda Management Association. I request all of you to provide similar kind of support to Baroda Management Association in time to come, and be with us whenever we require. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation to all the speakers and delivering an excellent talk, and you made this particular program a grand success. In fact, I would like to say that we started at 11 and this is almost now 3 o'clock. So it is a 4 hours marathon program. And if you see that the people who are there on the entire, like if you see the YouTube channel, there is a 10 to 15% drop in the number of people joining. When the Shalini madam was there, at that time the people were on the peak, and there is a drop of only 10 to 15% only. And in Zoom, it is hardly, I think, 8 to 10% drop down of the people. So I think that the people who are there with us from the beginning, they are there with us till end. And I am really appreciate the kind of interest people have shown in attending this particular program. So I am very much thankful to all the participants, and we assure all the participants that BMA is going to deliver program in time to come. So be with us, and whenever you receive the invite, please attend the program in big number. Thank you very much. Over to MOC.
Thank you so much, sir. Earth is our mother. In spite of our desire to harm our mother, she will always love us forever. So thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to request everyone present here to put on your camera for a virtual photograph session. So. Yes, sir. Sir, camera.
So it's a virtual memory.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Das, you are from the start of the presentation.
Thank you for joining again. Dr. Das sir has got a meeting with NITI Aayog, and as he promised, after finishing the meeting, he has joined back. Thank you, sir, for joining it back to the program. Thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure, sir. Any time to save lives, any time to save environment.